Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show. Hey, what's going on? We're here. We're doing the show every night. We're fighting all odds to continually give you cutting-edge entertainment nightly. Bringing you links from interactive sources off the internet, people who really do contribute, look over the internet looking for interesting information. And it's not fake news. It's yours to decide whether it's fake news or not. You know, the government spending their time talking about fake news generically as if it's some term that they created is an example of censorship. And it's designed to divert you from the truth, which could very well be an investigation into Pizzagate. Now, why hasn't the government started investigating this restaurant in D.C., the Comet Pizza? Why have they not engaged in at least a cursory investigation? They haven't even filled out a report. Yet there's countless pieces of evidence that were leaked in the WikiLeaks that happened during the election that point to all kinds of potential pedophile groups spinning out of this one location in D.C. Yeah. Children are dying all the time in America, and it just so happens the story does raise the bar of attention and concern. And many people are more aware of it now than they ever were. The possibility of satanic cults engaged in blood-drinking rituals with children, or children dying. And it's impossible for the average person to comprehend this, so we go, oh, get rid of it. I don't want to talk about it. Donald Trump won't even discuss it. He fired somebody on his transition team. Somebody who was working as son of one of the other people that are going to be in charge of our national security was fired. And he even went through proper protocols to get the Pizzagate word cleared, and he was still fired by Trump because Trump is xenophobic about this discussion. He won't talk about the idea that there could be a network of pedophiles in Washington, D.C. What kind of a president-elect wouldn't want to take on the most important issue that's facing the American people right now, aside from jobs and our environment? Hi, Azara. Welcome. Azara's here. Well, it's getting to be like a horror movie. Every night we do at least 4 hours of videos, 3 of which are probably just all about Pizzagate. I got past a cold. I'm on the third day of a cold. Thank you. Yeah. I had one of those short-term colds. Hopefully that's it. 2 million South Koreans are protesting after finding out the president is part of a satanic cult. See, this is how people acquire positions of power. It certainly isn't through the democratic process. You know how that works. It doesn't. And it's certainly not through fairness. I have been censored in the media for about 8 years now, in a country that claims to be free and democratic. How hypocritical. How ironic and hypocritical. Now 2 million South Koreans are protesting after finding out their president is part of a satanic cult. Check this out. A newly released WikiLeaks cable from the U.S. Embassy in Seoul reported that she believed there was complete control over her body and soul. Yes, the president of South Korea, Park Geun-hye, who is the country's first female president, has been caught in a bizarre cult involving a woman named Cho Soon-sil, according to reports. So here it's starting overseas. We're seeing the connection between all these players, international players. Park and Cho had an intimate relationship where the state secrets were shared. And millions of dollars in corrupt deals were made at the expense of the South Korean people. Choi Soon-sil was not authorized to be in possession of such secrets, yet they were given to her. It also turns out that Choi Soon-sil was acting in an advisory capacity to the president, quite literally controlling major elements of the South Korean decision-making procedures, despite not having any clearance. You can imagine how furious the population became when it was discovered that their president was being directed by a billionaire cultist family. It turns out that South Korea also had a supportive relationship with the Clintons. Ding, 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 ding. Red flag number 2. This Choi Soon-sil is the daughter of a secretive cult leader who was involved in what some are calling satanic rituals back in the 1990s. Naive people still don't believe cults exist, but the president took this cult very seriously and participated in its activities. Unbeknownst to the population, this person was channeling spirits which the president, at any rate, believed were real. We are in danger. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. It's crazy. This is bizarre. This is not a cult. We're just talking every night. We're open communication. This is a thank you, Blauschwert says this is interesting. I'd never had a conversation with Eric Trump. I've had people come in here claiming to be Eric Trump. Eric has never called me. I've openly invited them to call me during the show, and I'll take a call privately with Eric or Donald. And he can explain to me why he's been taking all my ideas to get elected. And he can try to explain to me, or have his attorney explain to me, how that's not intellectual copyright or intellectual property right violations. There was no copyright or patent on any of these ideas. He's right about that, but in the context of politics and the success I've faced, or lack of success I've faced, I believe a crime could have been committed, and I'd be more than willing to talk to him about how we're going to rectify this problem. If I've got good ideas and he likes them, why does he just make me a special assistant to the president, and I'll just sit back in my house and we'll take phone calls? You have to focus on basic law. He sold you on the ideas by lying to you. That's an actionable as a crime, okay? Not just civil. Fraud is illegal. So this is a serious thing, and by the way, that's Transcender who wrote that. Okay, so let me ask you, if 3 million people are watching in Transylvania, welcome Transylvanians. It is so nice to have you here tonight. Yeah, David Korea's on fire. We rid the president. You must make speech to millions of Koreans who love you. Please help prevent riots in Seoul. Media, don't show me. We love Dave. Okay, thanks. Well, as you know, we cannot change or alter the course of politics in your country. All we can do is offer some solace that calmer minds will prevail in this situation. So if you're reacting with anger, you must first reflect upon your inner chi and find a source of peace before you can really begin a new democratic election. I believe that they have to work toward impeachment immediately. So without influencing Korean viewership or politics, I'm merely saying that go through the proper channels and don't react violently. Well, let's be clear. If you continue to believe that everything is just hunky-dory at your president's location, you're overlooking the possibility of a satanic ritualism going on within the presidential palace. So I believe that we at America are facing a similar problem. Ironically, seriously, we are facing a similar problem right now, but we're being suppressed. They're telling us that you can't talk about the satanic ritualism in Washington. You're only allowed to talk about what they consider to be real news. So now they're defining what fake news is and what it's ridiculous. All news is open to your discretion. You decide subjectively whether it's true or not. That's how it works. I wish I could help you in Korea beyond just keep a calmer mind. Calmness will prevail. I know. I wish we could do something about that. You know, stay inside whenever there's a serious rioting going on in streets. If your family is concerned, always stay inside. I was in the LA riots, and there was a curfew. Wow. People are out of their minds. We have to mute a lot of people. Dave, you have 0 viewers on the Sunday? Well, Time Pilot, I don't do a show on Sunday. Well, I guess we'll turn guest chat off for a while. We'll keep that as an option if you keep this crap up. Oh, Dave, no, I want to talk. New York PD says, this is Kim Jong-un pointing at the computer telling everyone David is great. Oh, thank you. Look at that. He was watching our show the other day, and he was looking at our show, and he's like, wow. Finally, an American is willing to tell us they're not going to invade our country. I'll be darned. I was telling people that, you know, if Donald Trump had any kahunas, he would tell North Korea right now, we will not in any way invade your country, ever. I mean, that's all we got to do to kind of lower the bar of hostility going on here, and we won't participate in war games with South Korea. But that's not to say we're going to leave Seoul. I mean, we'll still maintain our strong contingency of military there. I think there's almost 20,000 U.S. troops in Seoul itself. But bear in mind, calmer minds will prevail. Corruption is a common problem when people have lots of money, and most of our governments have been corrupted by money. Kim Jong-un UHF channel, that's right. He's your top supporter. No, he didn't send any money. David, it took me 2 hours to log in. What's going on? I tried iVlog, it took me 3 hours. Are you serious? I'm in iVlog right now. Let's see what you guys are saying over in iVlog. That's weird. Maybe iVlog's being censored too. We didn't realize iVlog was one of those things they're doing a censorship on. Vaughn is definitely censoring us. He lied about what he's doing with the server and capacity issues. Mark came in the show and he just flat out lied to me. He said that he wrote my name in. What a joke. Seriously? 140 has been muted. You think iVlog's working with Trump? Mark is actively censoring me, yeah. Okay, so I have a link, guys. If you really want to, if you can't even see this chat, which you may not be able to. Nothing. I'm getting him nothing. I'm going to wrap it with nothing, too. It'll be a wrapped nothing present. Wrapped with nothing whatsoever. Yeah, so if you want to look at our iVlog connection and you can see it in chat, you can get in there and be a chatter if you can't see us. But let me do one better. I'm going to put the iVlog location on our screen. That will give you a chance to see another chat location, because many of you are just looking at our show on UHF channels. So this will be the location. I can get rid of the HTTP. You know how to get to it. Yeah, we'll just do it. I can't set up a big UHF channel. It's better this way. They copy it off of our main channel, which actually has a fairly good feed from BattleCam. But if you really want to get into our show and have a problem getting in chat, Scissorfight says he's no problem. It took 3 seconds to get in. So somebody's pulling my string here. If you want to get into another competitive chat room, you can, and I'll keep an eye on it. No, I'm not happy that Trump took all my ideas to, or not all of them, at least 10 or more of my ideas to get elected. I'm the person who should be in the shoes that Trump is walking in right now. And had the system in America worked properly, had there been no censorship over the many years that I've been trying this, had we been given a chance to communicate on many issues, the American people would have loved me more than Trump, by far. Plus, I'm a guy who wouldn't in any way support Russian mobsters, and in no way would I allow a statement like Trump just made, that he endorses President Duterte of the Philippines, who is rapidly killing thousands of people without even a trial. Drug dealers, he says, but he's just not even giving them a trial. Dave, get Mel Gibson and Julia Roberts to help you. I don't know them. Yeah. I'm not delusional and I'm not a maniac. I'm an average man with an above-average intelligence who's just simply doing what is right. Now, iVlog is doing fine. I'm in there right now. Yep. You can get there right now if you want. So many of you people really want to just kill drug dealers who sell marijuana in your local community? Wow. You just walk up and have some woman kill him with a .22 caliber handgun to their head? That's how Duterte is killing these. He's training women who are just housewives to act like prostitutes and go out and hook these men in and take a gun to their head and blow them out, blow their brains out, execution style. No, I don't suffer from anything. I'm actually a very well-adjusted, happy person. Millions of people are watching me, you damn sheep. That's right. Supposed fake online news being created in Macedonia and profiting from it immensely? Oh, BS. Yeah, that's just another lie. They're painting a picture that...
We're doing this out of boredom. This story is wrong. It's on your website. You are sharing it so that Americans can see this and they might believe it. Do you feel responsible for that?
Дали се чувствуваш отговорен за тоа што на твојот вебсайт откривме сега дека има лажна информација?
Do you feel bad?
Да.
Do you feel...
See, I don't even know what the story is. I mean, it's just, we're saying nothing here. Well, we got Sarah a beautiful hammock. It was a Black Friday sale, so I can talk about it ahead of time. She wanted a hammock, and we got a hammock. It's a beautiful hammock. So we can string it up between two trees anywhere we are. It's going to be in our bug-out bag, so we can travel with the hammock, and this way you can, virtually put your supplies above ground if you have to. Well, that's just one of the things I got her. Walton, you are always so wrong about this. Killing people is not the answer. Do you think killing drug dealers is going to stop drug use? I mean, that's ridiculous. You have a good chance of winning 2020, I guarantee it. Thank you, 869. Thanks for guaranteeing it. NBC's fake news, Brian Williams, launches a crusade against fake news. Oh yeah, here we go. A guy who lies for a living, talking about how there's fake news we have to avoid. NBC's fake news, Brian Williams, is now talking about it. And the helicopters were found. Now this is rich. Brian Williams, the disgraced ex-NBC journalist who was literally fired for falsely reporting that he was in a helicopter during the Iraq War that took on combatant fire, is now going on a crusade against fake news. On his MSNBC show last night, Williams decided to attack retired General Flynn and Donald Trump for spreading fake news via their Twitter accounts. Well, ironically, Donald Trump doesn't do much at all to support the Pizzagate story, I'll tell you that. I would recommend that he start tweeting about Pizzagate and see if they kick his account down. If Donald Trump doesn't speak out for free speech real soon, we're all going to know full on that this guy is a fascist Nazi who's about ready to try to destroy what we hold dear as our country, America. No, I'm investigating the possibility that there's an ongoing theft of my intellectual property going on in our show by Donald Trump. Yeah, it's an investigation right now. I'm the guy who came up with the tweet that he just came up with, that he's going to limit bills at 100 pages and veto anything above 100 pages. Yeah, this is not a copyright factoid. We're not copywriting anything. Blauschwert. Yeah, this isn't about copyright. This is about a theft of intellectual property rights. Big difference. It's a larger issue. It's a comprehensive issue. It's nothing to do with one specific fact or idea. He's going to make the solar water filters. Good. I hope he does, because so far I haven't seen anything. It can't be a coincidence when there's a preponderance of same ideas mentioned by him that I mentioned over the past 8 years, and I have video evidence to back that up. I know. You can blame me for the winning election for Donald Trump. I didn't expect anybody to openly steal ideas and get away with it in a country that claims to be free and democratic, where we haven't had 1 second of media time. Blauschwert, I do have a claim. Yeah, totally. Read up. This is not a copyright law issue. This is an intellectual property right law issue. You're reading in the wrong section. Hello, Sarah. Welcome. You're looking smoking hot tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love the outfit. Because it's winter weather. We have preparing for the...
in the winter wonderlands.
It was cold today, and I'm gonna definitely deal with a lot of issues later tonight. I've got a satanic display causing controversy in Boca Raton. There's freedom of speech. People use freedom of speech to put out satanistic things. That's that thing I was telling you about. I'll look at later. Lots of weird things going on. Yeah, anyway. Okay. Don't ever say those things about Sarah here, or you'll be muted forever. Thank you so much. Are you Nippon? What is Nippon? I'm not from Nippon, no. DirecTV Now is down? Well, I've got a space heater in here if you want me to turn it on.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm all good.
We're all sweatered up. Okay, we've got one guy says, is that a wig? No, I'm wearing my real hair. It's connected through follicles to my head. It is a form of intellectual property law, yes. It is a form of intellectual property law. But you're in the wrong section. We're not covering that in copyright law right now. It's not a copyright law issue. It's an intellectual property law, which is a subset of copyright law.
Or vice versa.
Or vice versa. Copyright law is a subset of intellectual property law. That's right. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Trump bought iVlog to shut down Dave's show and millions of viewers. Wow, well, we've got people coming in. Sam's dad is there. Yeah, people are coming in. They're seeing it on the screen, and they know that it's a spillover area. So far, well, sure. I think it's time for you to go bye-bye. Yeah. By the way, folks, that's the Nazi who libeled me and is going to be facing charges. Yeah, he has a website posted on a server run by a woman pedophile, and it's part of a large sweep of anti-corruption, which I'm going to be engaging in 2020. Because we are going to go after these scumbags who are hiding behind the ivory towers of Washington, D.C., who think they can avoid this. This guy who just came in here and said that this is not in any way a violation actually has been violating us immensely. We have copies of his website, unless it is a different person with the same IP. It's hard to imagine because I don't read IPs. But, you know, if there is a real need to fight libel and slander on the internet, I'm your guy. I've been a victim of it for the past 8 years. And that's one of the perps that was trying to push that all the way along the line. Okay, I'll be back shortly. I'm going to step out and do a little cooking.
Okay.
Sarah's here to talk about general subjects and just, you know, life in America right now. I got it. We will turn guest chat off if we get a lot of haters, so you will be losing your option if Sarah is hated on here. Okay? So be respectful. Try to share information, issues. If you disagree with us on issues, feel free to disagree. It's fine. Thank you.
So whatever David makes is for dinner. We might have more of yesterday's dinner. That was pretty good. Unless, of course, he's mixed it with some kind of carb, which David often tends to do. He likes his potatoes or rice or pasta, and I'm more like, let's avoid all that. My thoughts on what just happened. I must have missed it. Why would you hate on me? Why not? It's not really a bandana. It's just a earmuff thing. It's just earmuffs. That's basically it. It's a headband, earmuffs. Oh, you don't like the headband? That's funny. That was very funny. No, 156, if you think I should not be talking, then maybe you should not be watching. Have you ever thought of that one? No. Good concept, though. Thank you for 9-5. It doesn't matter. David believes what he believes, so.
Okay, update. There's 2 million South Koreans rioting right now in Seoul.
2 million South Koreans.
Yes.
They're all rioting because they want David to come visit
No,
them.
they are seriously watching, but they're rioting. We're trying to convince them to be calm and stay indoors. But what has happened is the president of Seoul has been revealed to have been involved in satanic ritualism.
Ooh.
And it's connected to a very multi-billionaire family. So the whole architecture of this criminal elitist society of Satanists and pedophiles is beginning to crumble. And it's starting now in South Korea, which is interesting because we're monitoring a worldwide story, really. It's bigger than the U.S.
Yeah.
It involves the Clintons, too, in South Korea.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sworn to loyalty. Yes, I can work with the trolls, I guess. Win over them? I don't know. So picture just a sec, scissor fight. I will see the picture. Hello, Sir Juan. I wish I gave a little timestamp next to the chat so then I can see how long ago the chat was or anything like that. I will always love David, no matter what. Alright, bye 795. Why not? You can't mess with love. Users can use a timestamp, that's true. David is not bald. Oh, if I hover over the name, I can see the time. Oh, nice. Oh, yes, you're right. That's cool. That's not the case on YouTube. You can't see the time. Another cool thing that Mark codes in. Thanks for the timestamp, Mark. There you go. I can do the robot. I like that little one with the earmuffs and the rubbing the hands and blowing on him. See, I would not do that 472. Don't cheat on someone with someone that's married. Then you're both cheating, and there's people that get hurt, and, that's just not a good thing. David gives me all of those things for 5.
Also in Boca Raton this morning, clergy leaders spoke out about a pentagram on display in the city's Holiday Square. The mayor said free speech laws forced the city to allow a man to place the satanic symbol on public property. But the mayor added that it is hateful and said that she does not support its message. Clergy members call it an evil symbol.
And we also felt it was spiritually harmful to the well-being of our community. And our religious tradition.
Boca Raton, alright. Great, now I have to find the chat room. There we go. What are you talking about? Yeah, people aren't going to delete their channel after they get 50 million subscribers. That's never going to happen. Because then they get addicted to having all that popularity. Never going to happen. Yeah, now it's always going to be the conspiracy theory, the fake news. Yeah, they're going to call anything that they don't like fake news. The only thing I guess you can trust is if you see it with your own 2 eyes. I'm saving the planet. One day at a time. One cow rod unit at a time. By not turning on the heat, I'm actually saving the planet. Oh yes, north, east, west, south. I never thought of that. News, yes. Oh, he made all these videos. Maybe he tried to censor himself. No, I don't want to get married to David. At least not until at this time in my life. I don't know 823. I didn't go out and count them. Your friend can lift things with her spirit powers? Is that like... I remember playing some of those things when I was a kid. No, I don't necessarily need children of my own. Correct, we don't have our Christmas tree up yet. I'm waiting for some high winds to come through. We haven't had too high of winds this year so far. Good, you're giving your plants some carbon dioxide so they can make oxygen for you, and that's good. It's all a big circle. He's gonna cast? That'll be the day. Where am I putting my loose hair? In my hand for now. I have no idea. Thank you. Yeah, I was trying to get you guys all used to, like, if I had no hair at all, what I'd look like. This would be like me, right? I have thought about it, 778. Well, I'm sure they've discovered some kind of radiation on the Oregon coast. How can they prove that it came from Fukushima? Yeah, if I knew who he was, 586. No, Irish, I can't speak to that. How do we stop real fake news? No, I'm not sick. The hat is because it's actually earmuffs, and I didn't want to wear earmuffs. I don't own any regular earmuffs, I just own these earmuffs. Well, I'm not watching Gilmore Girls. I used to watch shows when David was casting, but anyway. Sarah is, you're right, Sarah is very loyal, a loyal trooper. Will troop along. I don't know if the current temperature is in this room. No, I'm sure it's like 65. Thank you, 7500. I think I should probably wash my hair. I don't know what happened. Oh yes, but yeah, you do lose more calories in the cold because your body's burning more just to stay warm. No, I always run my water so my pipes won't freeze. A stinky fetish? What does that mean? Yeah, I'm sure anything under 58 could mess up your pipes. Well, it's anything under freezing, really, that bursts them. Do you like the smells of anyone that works out or after they go for a run, or just that certain someone? Well, Dave needs breaks, 511. So that's why I give David breaks here. Because he does a lot for the show. Well, among other things, he also makes me dinner. If I want David to make dinner for me, I need to come on and take this responsibility on. So that's one of those things. Yes, he's doing this for his millions of viewers, yes. Thanks, I'm glad you like my eyeglasses. Really? I guess to each his own, 976. Hi, Brett. I am pretty good. How are you doing? Oh, thanks, Brett. Yes, I can be more perky tomorrow. No problem. It's Friday, so it's Friday night, so I know, those young whippersnappers are nice and perky on Friday night. But, I'm getting older, so I need my Friday night to refresh and sleep, and then that way I can be more perky on Friday night, Saturday night. Alright, you succeeded. I've turned guest chat off. Yay! They're all gonna go to YouTube and iVlog now. Isn't that fun? Echo, echo, echo. You feel all on your own. I know, I can't believe it either, Brett. Oh well. No, I can't. Fighting Irish, you already have this name, so there you go. Yes, I'm live broadcasting on YouTube. You want me to give you the... Here, I'll give you the link. You can watch it over there. I know some of the trolls don't like watching it over there because then they have to make an account. And, that's part of their fun is to not make accounts. Or they're going to make 20 accounts at once. They're in the process of doing that. They probably already have it done. Yeah, I kind of do, Brett. Think David will stay on Vaughn forever? You troll in the light? Well, David will be back after he's finished making my dinner. I don't think it's really good for his ego. No, it's the opposite of good for his ego. You're just trying to put his ego in check. What is that behavior? I don't know. You think David needs to be humbled? Well, that's your choice. There you go, Carpet Dog. 5 viewers here. Guess they're squashing my viewer count. Thanks. Alright. Oh, it's a ham and cheese omelet? Alright. Not my favorites. I'm not really a ham fan, I have to say. Just one of those things. Ham, they say take it or leave it. When it comes to ham, I'd leave it. I prefer bacon, that's true. Or, okay, I can accept that. Pepperoni and double cheese, alright. Russia's cyber cosmonaut dubbed Robo Gagarin unveiled. Ooh, nice. That should be fun. Well, the nice thing about sending a robot into space is you don't have to do you don't have to worry about all the life support systems. Well, I know what you're trying to accomplish fighting Irish. I just don't think it's possible. Alright, let's look at it. That is kind of scary looking. I wonder what the other robot is behind it. Alright. They all know it's a sad time when Sarah turns to the news. But the fact is, I haven't been around the news all day, so I don't know what's going on in the rest of the world. So Giuliani has pulled out of the Secretary of State's sweepstakes late last month. Trump has widened his search to select the nation's top diplomat. And Obama has ordered deep dive of election-related hacking. And Democrats vow to keep pressing coal miners' healthcare debate after shutdown showdown. Hello, the Explorist. Oh my goodness, what happened to you? Are you okay? Have you been away at sea, or, did some kind of, I don't know, one of your friends that you thought was just a friendly radio person take you? Kidnapped in Africa. So it was basically one of your people that you thought was ooh, we can talk because we both do shortwave radio. And then you realize, oh, they do shortwave radio because they want to kidnap people and keep me away. How in the world did you manage to escape that nightmare? And why were you in Africa in the first place? Oh, in the comment section, Brett? Or where? Because they're not doing it on the chat. Unless my chat's not refreshing. My chat's not refreshing. Because they somehow figured a way to hack my chat? I don't know. Oh, David and you both, you're released shortly. You're exploring in Africa. I think I remember you saying you were going to go explore in Africa. And you were kidnapped, and then you were released shortly after the election. And David and you both believe that you were kidnapped to prevent you from promoting David in the weeks leading up to the election. That's a possibility. Wow. I bet that was you were not tortured? You were treated well. They just wanted to keep you away from any internet activity or any shortwave radio or anything like that. I know, Fighting Irish. Why do you put related in quotes? It is true. Well, one of David's ancestors one of David's lineage goes back for generations. Wow, you're moved often. I don't think he said the Leif Erikson, and he didn't say the Mayflower. He just said at the same time as the Mayflower. Like, there was 3 or 4 ships right after the Mayflower. I'm so glad. It's good to see you again as well, Explorist. Hi, Peter. Now that you're here, I think I will be going stronger and stronger. So climate change conversations are targeted in a questionnaire to the Energy Department. Oh goodness, that jurors are hearing Dylan Roof's explanation of shooting in a videotaped confession. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, you like my I added a little brooch to my headband. But my idea was to make it a little Christmassy. Winter break is coming up, which is pretty neat.
Okay, cool.
Okay, and David is back, which is even better. So yeah. Explorus was talking to me.
Yeah, so it's happening.
You know, he was kidnapped and all that?
Yeah. Pretty serious stuff, isn't it? And you know, he's been the guy, he's almost been the lead guy out there, relaying back to us about the UHF channels that have been bumping our signal around the world. And he had a serious encounter. He's okay. They didn't hurt him, but they somehow pulled him out of commission before the election. Isn't that interesting? You don't believe him? But coming from a guy named Daver, I mean, we're supposed to believe you?
He was making me an awesome dinner.
I'm making her a dinner. It's on low. I made rice earlier with the beef and pork from...
I knew you were going to add some kind of carb to it, which is good.
No, it's brown rice. It's considered a complex carb. It's good for you. And there's some shrimp in there and some Brussels sprouts. So let it heat up a little bit longer and then turn it off. And your dinner is ready. Enjoy. Thank you so much for all your help. Wow. Yeah, so I was cooking today, and it's a good thing to do when you're in a cold day, is to just get things going on the stove. It warms up the house. I think all of you should investigate. Peter Goose is really good at investigating. So if you guys want to network, you and Peter Goose, Explorist, he's a pretty intense guy. He'll do some deep research for you if you email him. All right, so we got 5 viewers over there at YouTube. I guess YouTube is squashing your viewer count. Yet another conspiracy. Yeah, thanks, Carpet Dog. Carpet Dog, Carpet Muncher. I was spitting out something I just ate. I think it was plastic.
Think it was a piece of the carpet?
Could be plastic rice I was eating.
No.
You know, they're selling plastic rice now. That's a real... You got to watch out. Be sure you put your rice in a water cup and see if it floats. If it floats, it's plastic. Thank you, Sarah. It's one good indicator. You can test it a couple ways, but for real, they're actually making plastic rice. Yeah, not in America. It's in China. There's so many people in China that there's a strong need to make money. And many of you who have grown up on the gravy train here in the United States thinking you could just live out of the garbage can at the Jack in the Box. You know, many of you who have grown up in a dumpster in America are living a much better life than the people living, you know, in middle-class China. So you got to understand that there's a lot of competition, and people will do that. You can almost imagine the conundrum the Chinese government is in, trying to deal with all these impurities in their food. I'm not in that government, so I can't say, and I don't want to say, because China can handle China. America can handle America. Okay, guest on, shall we? Do you want to take the plunge? Hey, you got a victim of Zionist gang stalking over here. Wow, look at you. Some people over there at iBlog are having fun. So we were not stolen from or manipulated. All they did was hold us against our will for 5 weeks. Yeah, pretty much keep you out of the loop so that the election can spin out without any kind of interruptions. Interesting. And you were fed relatively well? Were you given, like, filet mignon dinners? Let me tell you what I just made. I made a salmon with shrimp and a rice dish with that pork and beef, all nested in one single pan, a stainless steel pan with Brussels sprouts and butter on top of the Brussels sprouts. Just like, a gourmet meal fit for a queen, and she's going to be eating that. So we're very lucky to live in America, and I made that all for under $2.50. So, yeah, it was really delicious. Well, I'm teaching people how to cook affordably online. I think that's the least I can do, considering I have these techniques that I use. They love you. Brussels sprouts are with butter. Let me just say this. I have never had a more incredible mouthgasm than I had 2 days ago. Brussels sprouts with butter on them at night. I had this yearning for some vitamin B. You know, and you tend to yearn for B sometimes. Makes you go to sleep. And Brussels sprouts are filled with B vitamins, and they're cruciferous vegetables, and they're really good for you. I really highly recommend that product. If you buy it in the frozen section, they really keep well. So you can pop 5 or 6 Brussels sprouts out, throw it in the microwave, and you've got your vegetable for the day. Oh, the pleather jacket hurts when I move? Okay. You're thinking I'm pregnant, and you just hear the movement of the pleather jacket? Why would I be pregnant? I'm a man. How is that possible? They would have to install the gametes of 2 active egg cell and sperm cells in my intestines, and I'd have to carry the child in the intestine. Do you have any idea what growing up in intestines would be like? I'll tell you what it would be like. I have to put on my Mr. Smith glasses. Mr. Anderson, it would be like the stench of humanity, Mr. Anderson. The smell of feces. What was that story they were saying? Somebody said the people involved on the internet with Pizzagate were involved in... Oh, they were trying to claim that we were all obsessed with feces. Who was that said that? I don't know who said that. If you bought them 30 years ago, David, you can still eat them. Yeah, oh yeah, sure. What? Talking about Brussels sprouts? Sure, why not? Yeah, if you bought Brussels sprouts and had them in the freezer section for 30 years, you could probably still eat them. Yeah. Be very freezer burn, but you could probably eat them. Okay, so we're going to have to digest what's happening here. McConnell is huddling with the GOP reps to discuss possible North Dakota Senate opening. Huh. Let me see what's going on there. I was led to do this. I was thinking that Laura was getting my oil paint set together. Laura, could you bring me a scotch and water and my oil paints? McConnell, one of those guys that just don't go away, huddles with the GOP reps to discuss possible North Dakota Senate opening. Okay. Okay, this week's discussed the congressman's possible future in the upper chamber. God, these people are just maneuvering for control. The Tuesday meeting at the National Republican Senatorial Committee near the Capitol touched on various scenarios that could play out in the coming days and weeks involving the North Dakota Senate seat, now occupied by Democrat Heidi Heitkamp. President-elect Donald Trump is considering Heidi Heitkamp for either agriculture or energy secretary. The two met at Trump Tower a week ago, and Heitkamp has had follow-up calls with some of the Trump's top aides. So McConnell's thinking of moving in on that seat. God, these people are just in it, it's like a political snake pit out there. Okay, I'm only going to respond to intelligible statements in either chat room. So far, LOL is the most intelligent statement I've heard. Wow. Atheists are a very proud religion, They really believe in nothing, and they're very strident believers in nothing. Oh, I heard the Ohio State said the cops should not have shot and killed the terrorist. Yeah, I don't get that. Oh, the cow? Yeah, let's bring in the cow. Bring in the cow. Bring in the cow. Let me move scenes too. Lots of things to talk about. The Pope, obviously, that's the guy who said it. Yeah, check this out. This is a bizarre story. A little light music would be nice, yeah. Kind of soften the mood. Okay, here we are in the political chat room. Oh, and I forgot my camera. I need to bring that over here. Let me just bring it in here. We do the show with a green screen, by the way, in case you're wondering. I know some of you thought I was living in the space itself, but I'm only in space between my two ears. I live in that space. So far, so good. And we are, of course, reminding all the people that we are working on ways in which we can jail Hillary, deport Obama, and dump Trump in our workshop tonight. We're also trying to figure out how to stop chemtrails and all the forced vaccinations that states are now doing with their commie attack on our personal bodies. And no GMO food, how we're going to stop Monsanto and Dow. Now we're going to take fluoride out of our water system because it is a neurotoxin which lowers your IQ by up to 20 points. Huh? What did you say? Oh, I don't know. You mess with the wrong group. Hey, you mess with the wrong group. Watch out yourself. Watch your back, buddy. You're messing with the wrong guy. Every time you come in the show, you're messing with the wrong guy. Watch your back. Yeah, I hope you're doing some VPN server because in a couple of years we'll be able to subpoena these records. Oh, those are the guns I show you I have. Yeah, I did a video where I had a couple BB guns. Yes, if I drank tap water, I would be down to 165. Almost equivalent with Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter had an IQ of 153. And he was a nuclear scientist before he and Rosalind went back to the farm and worked on the peanut farm in Plains, Georgia. And that's when he got a subscription to Playboy magazine, when he did lust after a Playboy. Then Rosalind caught him jerking off, and it was all over at that point. The marriage had breached that privacy thing that many marriages do.
The tax reform that will make America great again will hurt many Americans. Are you one of them? That's if you're paying taxes, means you work, right? Okay, so some of you are working, so you got to pay taxes, right? If you retire at like 25 and you live with your parents, I don't know, I guess I'm retired, Mom. Yeah, then you don't have to pay taxes. I'm sure I got to laugh somewhere in the known universe. Yeah, look at that. How Trump's taxes will impact you. Oh, that looks good. Reduce taxes across the board, especially for working and middle-income Americans. That was Trump's campaign pledge. And now that Donald is about to move into the White House and is backed by the Republican majorities in both House and Senate, which means he has a real shot at fulfilling that pledge to the letter. So what are the specifics of his plan, and how would it affect you? Well, golly, that's kind of heavy-duty there. It looks no different than either chart. It looks almost identical. Okay. Current Trump. Yeah. I guess there's no change whatsoever. That's really funny. Okay. But I heard he was going to give the top 1% 44% off on their taxes. I heard that. Yes. Well, we obviously have too many images open. Lemon Moon is in the show over at iVlog. Okay, I'm giving up on that. Wow. Yeah, not much different at all. The 1%ers are going to get a 44% reduction. This isn't a wig. What do I need to do? Give me some pointers. Can I comb it? How to get pitted? That's where the money is, folks. Yeah. It's in the big money hands. They make money with their money. You know, we don't have much freedom. If you're flat broke, you're not free, right? Who was it? FDR said, "Necessitous men are not free men." I'm not vain. You're right. I think it was, it was FDR. He did an incredible speech way back when he offered people money if they worked, you know, and it's what a concept. And it really encouraged some people to work back then. But now we're going one step further here on our show and putting together the idea of giving people $400 a month if they're a U.S. citizen. Just free and clear. No questions asked. No checkups, no 6 weeks. It's designed to actually get rid of the welfare system that we have acquired from the time that FDR was president. Yeah. He kind of stuck us with a lot of crap. Do not threaten anyone named Explorist in this room, or you will be targeted for removal from the chat room. Hello, welcome to the show. I have been receiving certain criticisms from the chatters that I am moving and appearing, as you say, complete gay. I am trying to alter David's persona so he appears more masculine to you. So lately, I'm going to be talking more like this. Yeah. So y'all reckon we're going to talk like a bunch of Americans about America, you understand? Still looking. Yeah, I could have sworn it was there. That's strange. Politics? Maybe. He was a politician, right? Dave, Reddit threatened me. Oh, they did? Duarte, after he came to your chat last night? Really? Okay. Well, why is Duterte coming to our chat? He should be busy blowing the brains out of criminals, right? According to Donald Trump, that's what people do. They just go hunt people down who they think is a criminal and just blow them away. Donald Trump endorsed Philippine President Duterte in a very, very bold and weird statement, endorsing his method of getting rid of drug dealers by executing them. I'm shocked. Other people are shocked. Even Nixon's shocked.
Let's look at Northern California. You understand? Yeah. You know what's happening in San Francisco. Just gone. It's clear over. I understand, but it isn't. This is just down in the rowdy part of town. But the upper class in San Francisco is that way. The Bohemian Grove that I attend, on time to time, the Easters and the others that come there. But it is the most faggot goddamn thing you will ever imagine in San Francisco crowd that goes in. It's just terrible. I mean, I can watch shake hands with everybody in San Francisco.
That was Richard Nixon on upon returning from the Bohemian Grove with Ronald Reagan. He couldn't believe how faggy it was and how these people. So maybe he was the first guy. Maybe Richard Nixon was the first guy to reveal Pizzagate. Isn't the president of the Philippines also killing innocent people? Well, if you think that a bunch of drug dealers are innocent, I mean, don't you think President Duterte should have the right to just blow people away who he may think is a drug dealer? I mean, isn't that the way they do it in Texas? Yeah. I mean, even Donald Trump wants to do that here in America, get rid of drug dealers. You know what I'm talking about, you Trump supporters? You know what I'm talking about? God, what a disgusting concept. To believe that that's okay to just kill people. I can't believe that this person who is going to become president of the United States has a kangaroo court justice in mind. Okay, here's a little statement that we're going to put on the screen. Thank you for that, Scissor Fight. Okay, and you're going to have to use your brain here, okay? Remember, if you camp out for a TV, you're a good consumer. If you camp out for social justice, you're a dirty hippie and will be maced. So that refers to people on Black Friday that camp out versus people that are camping out to protest something. I'll bet you there are a lot of Americans who will never protest a damn thing. Dave Reddit said they're going to blow Duterte's head off if he comes back. Wow. That's serious. Who would ever threaten such a person? Well, Monkey Times, we're all trying to learn here. Well, what's sicker if you're supporting potheads like you do? Well, I don't support the idea of drug dealers, so I think everybody should grow marijuana in their backyard and just you wouldn't have to go to a dealer for that. So technically I support the idea of blowing the drug dealers' heads away, of course, without a trial. I mean, every good God-loving American would, wouldn't they? That's the only way to show love. They shall know you by your love. Isn't that sick that Trump endorses Duterte? I just can't believe it. I'm in a state of shock. Sorry. I would die if I were to go to the Philippines with even a sparkle of marijuana on me. I could have like little pieces of dabs on my cheeks, you know, like with, yeah, just spritzes of dabs all over my body. Have you heard about dabs? Oh my goodness. They are so amazing. They're concentrated THC, and they send you to a whole nother dimension. Without hurting you, without causing any addiction. It's not like heroin. And making you feel a lot better. And it really helps people with post-traumatic stress disorder. So maybe some of the people in the Philippines who are suffering from PTSD could find some solemn or some salvation by going to the U.S. Embassy in Mindanao and becoming a U.S. citizen. Absolutely. Can we say Trump is Hitler in here? Are you kidding me? I actually said Adolf Trump today. Yeah, I actually said the words. Yeah, there is petroleum. It's dangerous. I agree. There's got to be a natural way to make dabs. Yeah, I just don't know what the method is. But you're right. Dabs themselves are dangerous. But they are a refined form of marijuana that make people, take them to a different place in their mind. We've had people in our show that are absolutely suicidal. There's nothing more oppressive than feeling like you want to kill yourself. And some of you people think that it's just, we should punish people that deal marijuana, like Duterte's killing marijuana suppliers in Philippines. What if I told you that marijuana is a miracle drug? It's a miracle. It's a miracle drug. Yeah. What if I told you it actually is helping people get into remission with cancer? They've got a nasal spray for kids that has no marijuana high whatsoever, but has the cannabinoids in it that stops their convulsions if they're epileptic. Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of great things coming out. Hey, Randy, how are you? Nice to see you, Randy. Can a heat press make dabs? So, Kevin, maybe you might want to get into that. Go to a legal marijuana state, Kevin, and if you could perfect the petroleum-free dab, the organically cool dab, you would be like the ultimate seller of that product. There are people they made $1 billion in sales in Washington State so far in the past couple of years. Well, Jeff Sessions is the worst pick ever, R4s. And and I know that none of those people are going to be able to impose any restrictions on marijuana supplies or any of the marijuana legalization processes in any one city. So let's not kid ourselves. Trump is all talk, no action. He's been that way for some time. I'm going to show you an image of a guy who just had a quick hit after he encountered serious Parkinson's disease. Watch what happens.
Hi Larry, how are you? Come in. Let's see. How you feeling? It's been a bit of a rough week. Really? And the best way to take it is put it under your tongue and rub it in your cheek. Don't do too much, you're going to be asleep all afternoon. You know what you should do? No. Don't try to communicate, just relax. See what happens.
We know from animal experiments that the endogenous cannabinoid system is very important in regulating motor activity, that very type of activity that is impaired in Parkinson's disease. From animal experiments, we also know that boosting certain branches of the endocannabinoid system is helpful in relieving symptoms of Parkinson's. Finally, from anecdotal information, we know that certain patients who smoke marijuana experience relief of their symptoms.
I think you're calmed down. So quickly. Isn't that amazing?
He used just a single drop, and his hands afterwards were rock steady, and the dyskinesia left.
It was coming back.
It works most of the time.
Wow.
In fact, it's... Did you guys eat lunch?
Are you hungry now?
20 a.m.
A person like me could really use marijuana.
Yeah.
It makes me pretty angry that I can't get out of my home state.
Yeah.
The number one frustration that I have is knowing that there is this untapped potential that comes from what marijuana is teaching us to generate new medicines, and being stuck because of financial issues or political issues. That is extremely frustrating.
We now know that medical marijuana controls dyskinesia, and yet it's not available to us.
Wow. Testimony after testimony. That was not faked. That was not faked. I have another one of a guy who had an epileptic fit and smoked marijuana through a water pipe, and in 5 or 10 minutes, it's completely normalized. And like I said, they've developed sprays of cannabinoid oil that don't get kids high, because when you heat marijuana, it has an active psychoactive component, but when it's not heated, it actually has these cannabinoid oils that when sprayed into these kids with epilepsy, it completely shuts their seizure down and they get back to normal. Okay, you found a dab with no butane. Wow, cool. Kevin. That's going to be some primo stuff coming up in the future. That's going to be one of the highest marketed value products on the market, Kevin. Apparently a person uses a rosin press to make this. And yeah, if you're in a non-legalizing state, just close your eyes for a second. The rosin press. That is pure THC. It's a psychoactive, mild hallucinogen, non-addictive. Wow. Okay. He cools it off. Look at that. It's a compressed, and that is the end product. That's the THC. Look at that. Would you just look at that? Wow, thank you very much. Where do you get that? That's the thing. Put your eyebrows down, Dave. You tried it? Fresh frozen rosin? Really? Would you just look at that? Would you just look at it? Anyway, so we are of the belief that as time goes on, more and more refined edibles and medicinals in the states that are now legalizing it, 24 states, 25 states, I think. It's just going to become a national thing. And for us to take a complete 4 years off from Obama and go to the far right of the political spectrum with this ridiculous, overbearing police state presidential elect, Donald Trump, is just it's almost like, wow, the rest of the country is evolving, and these arch right-winger fascist monetary greedmongers think that it's okay just to go back to the old-fashioned way and just kill people that are drug dealers, just like Duterte. I mean, that's what really blows my mind. You use indica edibles every night? Kevin, he's using them just to go to sleep. So we are looking at a growing, new, awakening population that wants to get rid of fluoride in our water, wants to stop this endless spraying of chemicals in the air by these elitists. We know they're doing it. A president has to address this. Stop forced vaccinations in every state, saying it's optional to do this. And then, no fluoride in water. And there's a whole lot more. Legalization of marijuana. Ending the Fed. Now, there was talk by the Trump administration of maybe meeting with John Allison, a guy who supports ending the Fed. But that's all we've heard from Donald Trump about the Fed. Nothing else. And we never even heard if he picked John Allison as one of his cabinet members. You have ADHD, and it's the only thing that works. Good for you. My theory is that THC bonds with the neurons of our brain and helps lubricate them. And I almost believe that a lot of now I'm not a neuroscientist, but I can tell you from just simple common sense that the neurons in our brain need some sort of a barrier. The cell structure is being stripped away by toxins, like glyphosate, which is in our body. There's 7.5 billion tons of glyphosate on the planet now, which is a known carcinogen. And it probably takes away the layer of defense that our neurons have, triggering Parkinson's-like behavior, or epilepsy, seizures, etc. And this type of behavior is increasing. More and more kids. In fact, they said that by 2032, 85% of American children will have either ADHD, autism, or some type of difficulty like ADD. 85%. Isn't that crazy? So you grew up with Ritalin. It was killing you. They put you into Adderall, but now you're using it as a medicinal, and you're in a state that allows it, so you're really getting by. That's really good, Kevin Nee. Thanks for coming in and telling us your personal experience. Yeah, I'm sporting a little cold here, so if I sound like I've got something, congestion. I do have a little congestion, but that's not really anything that would be devastating. Even cops are checking out marijuana and saying it's perfectly fine.
Hey. Hi. The last time I smoked was in probably 1968 when I was in college.
First time I smoked, I was 14 years old. I got caught the first time I smoked, so that kind of put the kibosh on that for a while.
So Vice does an incredible job of giving people a chance to speak out on the issues of marijuana. You got a cold too? Yeah. Wow. The fake news hysteria hinges on the laughable assumption that corporate-run media has a divine monopoly on facts. You know, I've been looking at all kinds of fake news stories all night long. It's kind of sad that they're trying to generate all kinds of stories about how fake news is this, fake news is that. It is a type of disinformation that the Clintons and others like the Podestas are putting out to try to shield people from any investigation of the child sex slavery rings that are going on under their nose. So when we talk about Pizzagate on our show, let me just go ahead and take that one and go to my Pizzagate section. Yeah. It's laughable. It's absolutely assumption that corporate media has a divine monopoly on facts. We can decide whether something is happening or not happening. Okay, so the fake news hysteria hinges laughable. You know, I'm beginning to wonder if Mike Adams is writing all these stories. You know, I know a lot of you people are seeing a lot of these natural news links on our show. There's just so much writing going on that it's almost unbelievable that one man is doing all this writing. Okay, the insidious assumption behind the fake news accusations flung far and wide by the fake stream media, CNN, NPR, Washington Post, New York Times, MSNBC, etc., is that somehow that the corporate media has divine monopoly on facts. This assumption is ludicrously demonstrated when MSNBC rolls out convicted liar Brian Williams to decree fake news. You'd be hard-pressed to find any fake news propagandists who churned out more fake news than Brian Williams. And he's working at MSNBC right now. Breitbart News presented a list of 32 times that NBC News let Williams present such fake news. I don't understand. Breitbart News presented a list of at least 32 times that NBC News let Williams present such fake news to the American people. You know, that's interesting because Breitbart ran a story about Pizzagate saying we shouldn't fall for the Pizzagate thing. And I have a copy of that. I talked about it previous nights. Tater Girl and Antique are missing right now. That is ironic. Yeah. Vice is an amazing media outlet. Ken likes it. So that is hysteria. Yeah, we're dealing with fake news all over the place, and it's kind of sad that we really need to investigate the elephant in the closet. There's some things that are just, not pretty, like the Podestas. We're looking at a series of bizarre stories about Orgy Island, the Temple of Orgy Island, that connects to Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump's friend. Oh, that's why Trump doesn't want anyone to talk about Pizzagate. Oh, I get it now. Yeah, see, if you're involved, oh, look at this. Their faces are on the cover of Tombstone Pizzas with evil looks on their face. Look at that. Yeah, we don't want to talk about the elephant in the closet, do we? Pizzagate is something they're desperately trying to avoid talking about. Yeah, so here's a network of people connected to this bizarre children's sex ring and satanic ritual ring. And today, South Korea announced the president of South Korea has been found to be involved in a satanic cult, taking orders from some billionaire's satanic witch. I know, and the people of South Korea are dealing with this terrible problem right now. So this whole network of sick pedophiles is so deep in our government and entrenched that they've got the power to promote the idea of censoring a word as simple as Pizzagate. Isn't that amazing? To me, it's shocking that they'd be able to get away with this, but they're doing it, and that's what we're dealing with. These two men allegedly abducted this woman based on these photographs. And Portugal, she's now a woman. She's a girl then. She's 2007. Marilyn McCain. And it's just so sad that we can't even get any kind of investigation going. It's insane. So our government is doing the exact opposite of what we think they would be doing, to protect innocent children. And Donald Trump doesn't want to protect innocent children, apparently. Yeah. I don't know what to say. I mean, this is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in our country. I'm at a point where I am extremely frustrated because, you know, this story has a virality of its own. I have never been a pedophile, nor will I ever be a pedophile. I think it's a sick behavior. And I am 100% honest. Everything I do is honest. And you guys have this weird mentality that you want to target me because I am the one calling Trump out on this big issue. Why won't Trump tweet Pizzagate? There's an old saying in England, it's called, "Me lady doth protest too much." Meaning, if you keep saying that you don't want to talk about something, you're covering up something. A 15-year-old tried to move $1.1 million delivery of marijuana, intercepted by Customs and Border Patrol. Okay, yeah. That's the thing that we're going to continually have to do. We're going to try to stop illegal marijuana from coming into this country. It's going to hurt our marijuana business here as well. So, Trump he's flipped on so many issues. Why doesn't he just focus on Pizzagate? Because a lot of people are still very, very upset. Ryan Ribble says, "We love you for president. No smoking in here. Smoke-free show." Okay. No, I originally was going to discuss Pizzagate when I found out that they were cutting down accounts. I can't afford to cut down my account. So I haven't tweeted about it. But Donald Trump has the ability to do that. Nobody's going to take Donald Trump's account down. I mean, come on. If he doesn't take a lead on this investigation, you realize that this is just going to go point right back to him and the network. You realize this is just going to be the beginning of his downfall. Look, if he's afraid to investigate Pizzagate, that means he's probably got information on it. And that probably means that this presidential-elect is potentially alleged. Now, he's already said that he walked into a dressing room at the Miss Teen USA contest, and people say, he said, "Don't mind me. It's nothing I haven't seen before." And these girls are as young as 14 years old. So if he is hiding something about Pizzagate that he knows about, this could lead to a very, very well the impeachment process, and then I'd have to go over to the impeachment room. Yeah. You think Clinton's got the problems? She does. Believe me, she is a Trevor trough of conflicts and denials and Fifth Amendment pleas. I mean, the whole thing is insane. But when you scratch the surface on Donald, you're getting a lot of weird stuff. Shenanigans. He's had 150 indictments. You're getting involvement in tax-free status with his friend Chris Christie. We're getting mob connections in Russia. Trevor trough. Yeah, Trevor trough. It's a word. Look it up. Hillary Clinton's losing campaign cost a record $1.2 billion. That would explain why she sent all that money to Qatar right after the election, because she wanted to get the remainder back home to where she could actually manipulate it from some international hub. She and Bill live somewhere in a boat now, I'm sure. I doubt they're living in New York. Yeah, it's too dangerous for them to be there. Not with the potential for indictments coming down on her, on Benghazi. Oh, that's right. Trump isn't going to prosecute her. Oh, I guess she's good to go. That doesn't even look like her. Hillary Clinton and her supporters spent a record $1.2 billion for her losing campaign, twice as much as the winner, according to the latest records. Well, it's interesting to note that there was a slam campaign against Hillary. So when she talked about fake news, she actually had a good point. New York Times ran a story that they were doing criminal charges against her, and they haven't done criminal charges. Trevor Troth. Yeah. Thank you. Well, Trump doesn't even want an attorney general to prosecute anyone. He's already vetted him. Sessions already said he's not going to prosecute Hillary. What's wrong with you, Trump tards, that you don't understand what is happening? You were lied to. You believed everything he said. And now you're sitting there in bliss that he's going to be killing off drug dealers without a trial because he likes Duterte. It's so funny. Well, the New York Times may be fake news, considering the person who owns it. Slim. Yeah, good old Slim, owner of the New York Times. Big investor. He's a international drug cartel guy down in Mexico, or is it Colombia? Good. I'm glad you came in here to talk about the Trevor Trough of information. Yeah, so Carlos Slim becomes top New York Times shareholder. Yep. And it's interesting, Trump blamed tycoon Carlos Slim for something last year. Okay, let's dig a little deeper into the Pizzagate story. Donald Trump blames Mexican tycoon Carlos Slim for NYT sexual harassment stories. Interesting. See, Trump doesn't want to bring up any stories about sexual harassment or sexual pedophilia because it all kind of leads back to him, doesn't it? Trump will claim that Mexican billionaire Carlos Slim, who, by the way, has 10 times more money than Trump has, is behind a global conspiracy which the Republican nominee blames for allegations of sexual harassment by women who have told their sexual or personal stories to the New York Times. Well, Carlos turned on Hillary. Carlos and Hillary have a long-standing relationship and work together with the fundraising for the Clinton Global Initiative. Carlos Slim is this incredibly rich drug cartel guy. Yeah, that's all I can say. I don't know anything more about him. Yeah, there he is. He has a net worth of $50 billion. More than 10 times what Trump has. Trump only has $3.7 billion. So no wonder Trump was a little pissed off at him. There he is. And now he owns most of the New York Times. So he ran a slam article against Hillary. They must have had a falling out. That's why Hillary pretty much lost. We have enough valid information, Fighting Irish, to open up a full-scale investigation into Pizzagate and into the proprietor at the Comet Pizza store. If you have a Trevor Trough of information, you need to get that up and running. Okay. We've got 75 million people watching worldwide. They want to know why the South Korean president was involved in a satanic cult. They want to know what exactly is happening to their country. Open what? Foes of Russia say child pornography is planted to ruin them. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't just point to Russia. That's an interesting take on this whole thing. Yeah, that's a diversion. Russia is a country that needs to manage their own affairs. And we certainly don't need to be in the way. Obviously, the story is going to spread worldwide and may intercept Russian families. You never know. But Cambridge, England, his indomitable will steeled by a dozen years in the Soviet Gulag. Decades of sparring with the KGB and a bout of near-fatal heart disease, Vladimir K. Bukovsky, a tireless opponent of Soviet leaders, and President Vladimir Putin of Russia, is not a man easily put off his stride. Who wrote this? But he got knocked sideways when British police officers banged on the front door of his home on a sedate suburban street here one morning while he lay sick in bed and informed him that they had received information about forbidden images in his possession. It was all very bizarre and disturbing, Mr. Bukowski said. This is not normally the language of a free society, he added, recalling how his old KGB tormentors used to hound him and his friends over texts of photographs declared forbidden by the Soviet authorities. The images sought by the British police, however, had nothing to do with the politics, but involved child pornography, a shocking offense in any jurisdiction. The officers hauled away a chunky desktop computer from Mr. Bukowski's study, a chaos of books and papers dusted with cigarette ash, and a broken computer from his garage. In April last year, the veteran Soviet dissident, a one-time confidant of Margaret Thatcher, finally found out what was going on. The Crown Prosecution Service announced that he faced 5 charges of making indecent images of children, 5 charges of possession of indecent images of children, and 1 charge of possession of a prohibited image. The case was supposed to go to court in May in Cambridge, but after Mr. Bukowski, 73, entered a not guilty plea, it was delayed until December. This followed a prosecution request for more time to review an independent forensic report on what had been found on his computers by an undisclosed... this is why the English press is... This is why the New York Times is getting absolutely no headway. Okay. What exactly is happening here? Putin destroyed the career of Mr. Skuratov, this guy, who was, after starting an investigation of the Kremlin corruption, was disgraced in national television by broadcast video showing a man who looked like him in bed with 2 young women. So it's not the first time they use pedophilia against people. So it's true. There's seeding of disinformation, and that possibility is very real. Hackers have the ability to implant images on people's computers. They can actually get a keylogger to get into your computer and implant porno of children on your computer without you knowing it. I've never sold marijuana. I'm not a drug dealer. I'm not an MK Ultra recruiter either. It is not really an accent. It's simply a morphing of 15 different dialects that I've simply concocted in my brain. Okay, do we have anything you want to say? Katerina, you're in. Welcome. Katerina says, you heard wrong. Carpet Dog's spreading rumors over there. That's not good, Carpet Dog. You're bad. Very bad. You're a bad man. We're going to send you to the cornfields. One man in Hillary's campaign warned she could lose and everybody ignored him. That's cool. I don't really care if Hillary lost. Hillary is a veritable mountain of potential prosecution. Oh, 539 is in. I am a key member of the Illuminati, but I mean you no harm, David. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad you came. I don't use anything, Kevin. There is a time when I, at a party, I'll be sitting there and somebody will say, hey man, you want to smoke a TV? And I'll go, might as well. Sure. So I proceed to grab the marijuana joint, as they call it, with my fingers, and I grab my handy toilet and wipe the outside of the joint off with my handy toilet, which has alcohol in it. Therefore, I don't get a communicable disease from the said joint. And then I hold it in my mouth, and I go, oh, and it's so nice.
Hey there, buddy, how you doing? Living large, man. Living large.
Seeing the Hillary video of her blaming fake news on her loss of presidency is utterly sickening. I hope she croaks soon. Azera. Well, she's not doing too well. She is kind of sick. She's sickly looking, too. I won't even play her videos. I'm sorry that, Hillary's probably going to win this election. We anticipate within 10 days, the electors are going to be so unhappy with Donald Trump not investigating the child pedophilia in Washington. And the fake news story is going to become completely pushed aside by Pizzagate. That people will be saying, Donald, do you really know a guy named Jeffrey Epstein who's a pedophile? And why is your name on that list? Go away, Rodney. Thanks. God. Let's heal this evil in our room right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let us bow together. Even if you're an atheist, you can pray to something. Let's pray that these evildoers are going to be rooted out in Washington, and we will take them down. Seriously. If I was controlled opposition, would I have $0 donated to our party? I mean, come on. You look at, we got a $10 donation last quarter. Start with KKK, what? What are you talking about, man? I'm going to purge you just on point of reference. I'm not looking for donations. I'm simply, because I retired at a young age, which Donald Trump can't do, I am of no need for your money, and I've never made a cent off of this show, and you can see the records. Go to fec.gov and look up my name, David John Sponheim, Jon. Are you an ex-CIA operative who's been turned into a mind wash expert? Do I appear like I'm an ex-CIA operative? Hang on. Let me say that again. Do I appear like I'm an ex-CIA operative? I mean, is that what you think? Okay, Sessions said he thought the KKK were okay until I found out they smoked pot. Okay, good people don't smoke marijuana, he said. And that it was a very real danger that is not kind of a thing they ought to be legalized. We know Sessions said that, yeah. Yeah, well, Sessions can say whatever he wants. Katrina, I did not mean to mute you. You'll have to pardon me. I'm going to the live dashboard now. Okay, Carpet Dog, you are worthless. I wish we could take you out of there, but we can't. Katerina says, David for president. Right on. Say something. Carpet Dog is a liar. A known liar. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. Okay, I'm going to go check to make sure that Sarah ate her dinner. I hope she ate it. I hope it's not sitting on the stove, because she does this sometimes. She'll be so tired. I'll say, your dinner's ready. It's on the stove, and go check it out. Let me just make sure she ate it. Check out another guy who had some marijuana and really benefited from it. Dave Douglas.
You're all right, buddy. Dave Douglas having a seizure. His first toke. Notice the palsy. Notice his shaking. Now, give him another one. Give him another one. There you go. Dave. Inhale, bud.
He's not here, man.
Okay. Hands are stop shaking.
He's not here, man.
See, we're like 60 seconds in. Dave stopped shaking.
Let me go 3 minutes in for you.
Get it in him.
Dave Douglas.
You talk about it? Yeah.
I've been having a lot of...
He's feeling better.
I've been having a lot lately, too.
Check this out. Seizures are going away.
See, because you're under medicated.
That's in just 3 minutes, man.
6 minutes after.
6 minutes after. He smokes another...
Severe difficulties.
Yep.
Yeah, I had a mini-mole seizure.
Yep. He's feeling a lot better.
Well, it's looking good on you now, David.
So this guy totally benefited from smoking some doobie. Doobie doobie doo, da 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 da, doobie doobie doo, da 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 da. It takes you to a better place. People who are suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, this is the story that I talked about, I'd say an hour and a half ago, that I haven't really touched on. Now, the Pope is piping in on this Pizzagate story because, as you know, lots of priests have been accused of pedophilia and have gotten away with it. Now the Pope is saying that he likens the scandal-obsessed media to people sexually attracted to feces. I don't care what... I just saw a guy get beneficial results. I don't care if he was a crackhead or whatever. He's benefiting from that. Now this Pope wants us to divert our attention from the pedos in the Catholic Church, and he wants to make us believe that he lambasted disinformation, a subject in the headlines amid debate about the growth of fake online news. He piped in on it because all the evil people in the world are trying to protect themselves and not get an investigation. Yeah. I don't care if he was Jewish. Who cares? We're not talking about a crackhead. We're talking about a guy, Dave Douglas, who got relief. That's it. That's all we're talking about. And when we talk about Orgy Island and the Temple of Orgy Island, I think we need to take a closer look at this location. They have a temple. They've got... This place needs to be investigated. They are ignorant, uneducated, but they're also people that want to get in here. We are being censored on this network. Yeah, they can't get into our show. That's why. The people that are trying to get in here from Asia. Give me a break. Are you kidding me? It took this guy, 599, 30 minutes to get into this chat. You don't understand. I'm being censored every night. You U.S. citizens are getting no problem to get in because you're not being blocked at certain key ventricles. Yeah, we hear that. Thank you. Katerina. He told Carpet Dog to shut it. You know, David and Sarah, the kind of leaders the world needs. Spleef, yes, I know PTSD and the bleep beaten on me for years. Never mind molesters. Arg. You're molesters, Katerina. Wow. That's a serious subject. I don't want to get too personal, but yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you. I wasn't mentioned in a favorable way. Why don't you go away? Yeah, that was mentioning me as a fringe, bizarre candidate is not a way of presenting the future president of the United States. Do you realize how completely insane this is? That we have to sit here and listen to this nonsense? If anybody should be complaining about censorship, it's me, obviously. But you notice no one's talking about censorship. All they're talking about is the fake news. The buzz line, the talking point is fake news when it should be Pizzagate. That's a fact. We should be discussing this network of pedophiles, a massive network that can stretch across the globe. And now we're finding out the Satanism and the ritualism and the money are going hand in hand, so these people have so much protection. It turns out Podesta is the traveling companion. Hang on just a second, I'll bring up a picture I had. Yeah, fake news is censorship, I agree. Yeah, plain and simple. Fake news is censorship. They're saying fake news, so it diverts us from actually listening to anything. Yes, really. No, it's not server overload. That's a scam they're pulling 599. He's saying VIP capacitor server overload by VIP. That's just a scam. We've been scammed by this guy. Everything about him points to censorship. Everything. Yeah, so we have to keep the discussion of this over a long period of time going. I don't care if I talk about it every night. It doesn't really matter to me. Oh, it's not me versus Sarah 6'2". It's simply coming down to me reaching out to a lot of people, being seen by a lot of people, wanting to discuss issues like this to a lot of people, and watching the country virtually getting sidetracked all over the place. Everywhere they can, they're going to try to divert our attention. There have been people who've lied incessantly for years about this issue, and they've been getting away with it, and they've been covering it up. So when we talk about children and the safety of children, we're really discussing an almost unbelievable conspiracy of astronomical proportions, which would go all the way to the top of the presidency as well. So if we've got a president-elect who's got some knowledge of Pizzagate and he refuses to talk about it, I simply want to know the reason why there's been so many different allusions to a certain symbol that pedophiles use. So it's a... Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, there's a certain logo that's being promoted through the DNC, and we found this out through the WikiLeaks. And I think the problem is I've got too much stuff here I've got to close down. Okay, Delta Airlines testing a return to free meals. That's cool. Good to know. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I was just talking about that. So Delta is going to try creating free meals for people again. That's cool. Yeah, I'd like to see that. Thank you for telling me about that. So we're going to probably have to fight through this. This is going to be an effort to shut us down, censor us in this chat room, as well as other locations. And all the while having an entire audience watching, wondering, what do we do? How do we get these people prosecuted? What's the next step? And Seoul, Korea is now dealing with the realization that their president is involved in a satanic cult. This is just so hard to understand, and why at this time we're now facing these stories of false flaggery or fakery, when in fact they really are engaged in false flags, and they themselves, the people that are behind the scrim, like the Podestas, are involved in fakery. Fake news. They're generating fake news all the time. So here, the same people who are generating fake news stories, the Podestas, by the way, have a whole story that they spin out about Saddam Hussein, Stargate, and the whole thing, and how we somehow have access to aliens. I'm serious, that's a Podesta story. And that's running at the same time because they've got control of the media. So they're trying to push this whole story of Pizzagate farther and farther behind, and then running stories, counter stories of false flaggery and fake stories. The whole thing is becoming a mind meld. Most people can't comprehend what's happening. They don't even understand. I'm into that. So we're all kind of embarrassed to talk about this stuff, because who wants to talk about your president-elect Donald Trump knowing this guy, Jeffrey Epstein, who owns the Temple of Orgy Island, in which Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, and countless others go to have sex with teenage girls, allegedly? You don't want to know about it. It's weird. It's just, you don't want to even talk about it. So when we deal with these issues, and then there are some people on the internet who are saying, "Oh, Pizzagate is a diversion." They're really trying to cover up the story of how they're using MK Ultra to brainwash us and radio frequencies and blah blah blah. They're doing all of that too. They're actually using radio frequencies. There's one guy I was researching yesterday that is just. Yeah, we get all these links, these strange links on our show, and they just go off. They have these serious concerns that The electromagnetic frequencies that are being used are being targeted around the world. There are individuals around the world that are being zapped. I mean, well, they have the technology to do that. You canceled your Friday night plans to hang out with me?
This morning, clergy leaders spoke.
Well, let's give you something to look at least. In Baton Rouge, or Boca Raton, I'm sorry, a satanic display causes a lot of weirdness going on. So Satanists are out there.
About a pentagram on display in the city's Holiday Square. The mayor said free speech laws force the city to allow a man to place a satanic symbol on public property. But the mayor added that it is hateful and said that she does not support its message. Clergy members call it an evil symbol.
And we also felt it was spiritually harmful to the well-being of our community. And our religious traditions, Jewish, Christian, and Islamic, support values of justice, mercy, and peace.
Someone spray painted the pentagram overnight. The man who put it up regularly pushes for a separation between religion and government.
Okay, well, that's his right. No big deal. It's not like a big deal. Okay, somebody said, why would you be in favor of Hillary taking Donald's position if those electors switch? At this point, I don't care.
This morning,
they're both guilty as hell.
Satanic display. It's causing some controversy in downtown Boca Raton. On the same day, the city will celebrate its holiday parade, and now local clergy members are responding.
Yeah, it would come down to, we are going to have to research and investigate all of Hillary's misdeeds. We're not going to be able to stop like Donald wants us to do. Donald wants us to stop talking about Pizzagate. We're not going to be able to do that because it may lead back to his friend Jeffrey Epstein and even Donald. Right, I saw the story that foes of Russia say child pornography is planted to ruin them. That's entirely possible too. And like I said earlier, they could be planting information against bad people or people that they don't like. They could be, a number of things could be happening at any one given time. We talked about this entire article. We read the entire article. I actually spent a full 15 minutes on this entire article earlier. So yeah, Soviet dissident gets targeted with pedophilia. Yeah, it's the comet ping pong is where Pizzagate started. Duterte is watching me. Hello, Duterte. I've openly said that our country should put an actual hit on you. When I'm president, count on it. And also, if you try to take our Mindanao base away or do anything to hurt our soldiers in the Philippines, expect retaliation immediately. I can't believe Donald Trump endorses this guy. Our country has turned into a mockery of the rest of the world. The world is looking and seeing Donald Trump as brazen imbecile, stealing my ideas just to get elected. Well, I'll definitely take the necessary measures as president. I'm not threatening to kill anybody. I'm just saying the Operation Monarch will be brought right back up. We'll work with the CIA to take care of a dangerous man who is obviously putting an entire nation and our best interests in the region at risk. I am not kidding either. For our President Trump to just, I'm not threatening a foreign leader. I'm merely saying, when I become president, and he has 4 years to straighten up his act, when I become president, he's my number one target for elimination. Let's just put it that way. However we subdue him, we will keep him alive, but we're not going to give him the ability to operate in a nation and kill people willy-nilly. No way. This guy's killed over 3,000 drug dealers so far. He's put targeted hits on. And I'm not a big fan of drug dealers. But many of them are selling marijuana, which is, as you can see, medicinal. Okay? So start realizing that the world is not an Orthodox Muslim nation dedicated to destroy all of the values of good people. We're not in any way going to endorse any type of world leader that engages in this type of behavior. We'll do everything to stop him. Now, Trump just retweeted a statement that somebody else made about a Japanese businessman sending $50 billion into our country to create 50,000 jobs. All he did was retweet it. He didn't come up with the idea. No, I don't want to run for the Philippines president. I want to stop a world leader who is killing people. Let me ask you, brain-dead Trump-tards. Now, Donald Trump has openly said that Saddam Hussein was a good leader. That Saddam Hussein, the person who we deposed from power while he systematically locked up dissidents in Iraq and killed them, not just simply, with a death, but with torture. You want us to sit back after we've taken out Saddam Hussein and somehow be like Trump and endorse Saddam Hussein and how he handled terrorism, which is ridiculous because there were no terrorists in Iraq at the time? It's just unbelievable. Now we've got a similar despotic maniac who I believe we should focus our attention to, and that is Duterte. He's not keeping it in check at all. In fact, drug use will continue to persist, and then the drug dealers, this is what's going to happen in the Philippines. The drug dealers are going to be more and more harsh, and there's going to be a massive melee. What he's doing by imposing draconian law, which is a totalitarian muscle of the military wing of a country, this is no different than what President Sisi did in Egypt when he killed over 800 people who were Muslim dissidents. And he didn't even face any challenges. Randy, that's ridiculous. I know, Trump has invited Duterte to the White House. I mean, hello? What's wrong with... It's totally accurate, I know. What's wrong with this Trump guy? I believe there's something not right in his head. That's why I'm asking the electors to divert to Hillary. Yeah, let's put Hillary out there. Go ahead. It's not that difficult for 35 electors in the U.S. to start the process of either impeachment or let's just not vote for him. I don't consume drugs. I enjoy herbs. Look, believe me, I'm trying harder than anybody in the country. And because our country is censored, all of my efforts are seemingly ignored by the mainstream media, but my numbers are huge right now around the world. We've made major strides with the benefit of people around the world watching us. You keep running this shill argument. I'm going to ban you under that name. Yeah, you keep presenting the shill argument, which you've been using every time I ban you. Why do you keep posting that same shill argument? We got a hater in here who just doesn't understand what to do. So Trump and Putin are obviously in business. They're not working out deals to solve world peace. And when Putin wants us to get out of our support of rebel troops in Syria, he should ask Trump right now in a Twitter message, are you going to get out of Syria? Are you pulling support of rebel troops? If Putin, if you're watching in Russia, tweet Donald Trump. Get him on the defensive. Use the social network, the thing that he seems to be manipulating all the time in America. Use that against him. And tweet, are you going to pull rebel support? I think I'm going to do that. Yeah, I'll be tweeting that. Are you going to pull rebel support, Mr. Trump, from Syria? Because he hasn't committed to it yet. It would be immaterial to worry about Donald Trump's business connection to Russia when he can't even make a substantive foreign policy decision that changes the course of history and neutralizes the aggression we have with Russia, lowering the colder state to a cooler state of aggression. So yeah, Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, start tweeting on what to do with the rebels in Syria. I challenge you both. Okay, secret CIA assessment says Russia was trying to help Trump win the White House. Wow. Well, this is another big boondoggle to put in the impeachment room. Thank you so much. Wow. That's another big one. Is that a movie? Sometimes they play movies. Well, if it is, I won't know because I put it on another browser. All right, I'm going to add it over there. It's another good reason to impeach Trump. Excellent. Well, we're just getting started, man. This is a political workshop. We got a lot of time here. What do you mean impeachment won't happen? When do you see Trump continue to evade the issue of Pizzagate? The more he evades it, the more he looks like a predator himself. Yeah. I'm the original person that disagreed with the Pope. Trump stole that concept too. I'm the guy that said if we want to build a fence, a 1,000-mile fence around this country, and the Pope wants to disagree, then I would ask the Pope to take the fence down around the Vatican if he's so concerned about a fence around the U.S. Well, since you think I'm nobody and you don't realize what's happening, you'll just sit back and watch. And when you get done seeing me rise to the presidency in the next 4 years, I want you to take your head and flush it in the toilet, just to, you know, freshen it up, realize that you just basically don't understand what the hell you're doing. Yeah, just rinse it off. Don't try to not flush your head in the toilet with feces around it. Then you'd be like the Pope, obsessed with feces. I had the idea first. Kevin, that is not appropriate here. I'm just going to purge you. Don't ever say that in our room. We will respect the presidency no matter how bad the character is filling the shoes. Well, somebody said Trump is going to offer Sarah a job. I'm nothing offensive, Ken, but you can't talk about that. That's okay. It's not appropriate. G358 over at iBlog says, Putin would kick Obama's ass in a fist fight. Oh, that's probably true, yeah. I mean, she's out and about. She'll be back. Don't worry. Well, somebody said that Trump is going to offer Sarah a job. Now, I thought that was really amazing. I was like, we're expecting a phone call. According to Trump's team, they said that they're going to try to steal Sarah away by offering her a big Washington job. That's what they said. And I've told people Sarah's not viable. If we did do that, it would be a job for both of us. And he'd have to hire me too. He'd be forced to hire me. Wouldn't that be something? A 14-legged killer squid found 2 miles beneath Antarctica being weaponized by Putin. Could the story get a little weirder here? A 14-legged killer squid 2 miles beneath the Antarctica being weaponized by Putin. I mean, does somebody sit in the CIA art department and work these fake stories up or something? I mean, what the hell? This is, if anything, this is a fake story. As long as we're talking about 14-legged squid living under Antarctica, it'll definitely be fake. A killer giant squid that can hypnotize its prey and paralyze humans at a distance of 150 feet using poisonous venom is being developed as a secret weapon by Vladimir Putin, a scientist has claimed. Ooh. No documented evidence, no pictures of the squid. Some picture of a guy out there holding a sign. Dr. Anton Padalka claims he was a part of a Russian scientific expedition to a subterranean lake in the Arctic that discovered the terrifying creature known as Organism 46b. You were hoping it was Orgasm 46b. Have you had 46 orgasms? He said their discovery at Lake Vostok was covered up by Russian officials, who are now looking at the ways to weaponize and breed the deadly squid with potentially devastating effects. Dr. Padal, why don't I just show you a picture of an Indian guy eating a brick? That'd be more interesting. I'm not going to divert to transgenderism either. I have never drank snake wine. Actually, Ninth Party, I am being major censored right now on Vaughn. The people, the guests that are trying to come in here from out of the country can't even get in the server. They hit nothing but VIP capacitor servers. Russian squid. Gee, you are behaving inappropriately. Do not talk about that. I banished you from the room. Yes, we can see the Latvian girl. Let me play her for you. She's a supporter that just decided to make a video for us, and she went out of her way to make that video, and I thought that was pretty cool. 653 says, actually, Dave, it took me 2 hours to get in here. Thank you. See, we've got confirmation every night from all you folks who've been trying to get in here. Thank you so much. I would never financially support a Clinton campaign. I just said that Clinton would be better than Trump because Trump is that dirty. Yeah, and that's not saying much because Clinton is, it's like comparing septic water to sewage. Which do you prefer? Which is dirtier, septic water or sewage? It's kind of a hard question. The answer is sewage. Well, who doesn't think about orgasms? I mean, every day they say every man in America spends at least, or every 2 to 3 minutes thinking about sex. Have you heard the statistic? Bingo, I've never laughed at one thing Trump ever said. Well, you may think I'm doomed. You're doomed and you don't know it. You're from Philly and you took 1 minute to load the chat. You're from Philly. Yeah, well, that Philly gets in quick. Yes. I don't have a true identity. My true identity is me, David Sponheim. I don't have a fake identity, I should say. No, you guys have nothing on me. I am 100% clean. You absolutely don't know what you're dealing with, do you? I didn't go out of my way all my life to have a perfect record so that you clowns can come in here and just pretend like I'm nothing but scum when you are absolutely unaware that I am actually working on various levels to derail you. You're the pedophiles on 4chan. You guys are the ones looking at nasty pictures.
Is it all this? Is it not fair? Me standing here in the round, you left me this year. Send in the clouds. Isn't it bliss? You don't.
Yeah, I don't have kids. I'm not into kids at all. Bingo, could you stop supporting Trump here? Talk about the issues, because I'm going to purge every time you come in here and talk about Trump in a favorable way. He is a man who wants to support a guy who kills drug dealers. No, if I turn off guests, then they win. Are we done in the impeachment room? Okay, thank you. Can we go back to the Pizzagate room? No, I think I'll go to this room. This is the best room. I just think the guests need to speak. We need to keep the channels open because remember, you guests were the ones that hit the refresh screen 50 times to get in here. The ones from Europe and the ones from Asia. Randy, the only reason why you're here is because we know you're Rodney. Okay? So just pipe down, Rodney. That you have nothing, you have no proof. Nobody has any proof of anything because I'm none of those things at all. There is an effort to try to slam me out there on the internet, but none of it's traced to me. It's all people using my name. Fake people. I know. That's a whole story deep down. We just played that. This is the third time we brought that story up about Vladimir Putin, Russian fake news, hacking, cybersecurity. Yeah. Well, there are people that pin pedophilia on people. In fact, pedophiles will use that technique to get rid of some of their echelon. Now, because the Podestas are so protected, it's highly unlikely that they're going to go down. But this owner of the Pizzagate store, he looks like he's protected, but he may take the hit for everybody, and he may be their vulnerable point. If he's given, if a good justice team does an interrogation of him in 2020, and we find that he really is involved in this, because I have to wait 4 years to get elected to do this. We will be probably putting him under a deep investigation, and if he were to spill his guts about all the people he knows, he's the 49th most powerful person in Washington, D.C. Would you stop funding the so-called Syrian moderate rebels? Yes, I told you I would immediately call Vladimir Putin. I'm amazed Trump hasn't called him and said we're going to stop that. Video, Gabbard introduces legislation to stop arming terrorists. Okay. Whatever that means, I mean. Okay. It seems like a repeat of the past 15 years. Okay, two Malibu property owners, including a Beverly Hills plastic surgeon, are fined $5 million for denying people access to coastline behind their property dubbed Billionaires Beach. Gosh, I used to go down there. That was the beach that was originally owned by a couple I used to work for. Yeah. I wouldn't doubt. No, that's a different beach. That's Billionaires Beach. Okay, that's not Point Doom. Beverly Hills plastic surgeon Warren Lent and his wife Henny have been fined $4.2 million after denying people access to the public Las Flores Beach area for nearly a decade. That's really beaching, man. Who cares? God, that's like the elitists getting targeted for just being elitists. Yeah. Meanwhile, Pizzagate continues and children are being harmed. Why should we talk about all this other crap? The mainstream media is asking for a government bailout via censorship. Okay. Well, we're doing a little research. Thanks, 522. You don't have any proof of me doing a pedo at all. I don't even have children in my life. You're out of your mind. Real hair. Yeah. I use a thing called shampoo. It sure beats a bar of soap. That's for dang sure. Yeah. My dad used to wash his hair with a bar of soap, and he always used to say when he was my age, "My hair feels like straw." I said, "Dad, you got to use shampoo and conditioner." "Oh, well, why? I don't bother with that." Yeah, I can't get anything at USA Today because of the ad blocker. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't click those linkies. Clicky linky. Okay, mainstream media is asking for a government bailout via censorship. Oh yeah, look at how weird Hillary looks in that picture. I haven't played one of her videos because I think she's a complete diversion. Yeah, this effort by Hillary Clinton is her last-ditch attempt to divert people from looking into the Podestas and her DNC emails. Now, Donald Trump has already given her a pass, and he refuses to prosecute Hillary, which means he may very well be involved as well. The current controversy is different. Many people in Washington are irate over WikiLeaks, not because the email were untrue, but because they proved that what many had long suspected, that Washington is a highly corrupt place full of truly despicable people. For people who make their living on controlling media and information, it was akin to the barbarians breaching the walls of Rome. So the answer is to call for government regulation to combat what will be declared fake news or propaganda. It's only the latest effort to convince people to surrender their rights and actually embrace censorship. I totally agree. So Zero Hedge has a story on this. Yep. So don't buy into it. They're asking you to get rid of fake news, to try to censor news, when you yourself really need open information sharing. Okay, David, my wife is Filipino, and hang on, and talks to their family all the time that are in the Philippines. Drug users aren't being killed, only drug lords, and not even all of them. It depends on how much resistance they put up. It's not as simple as you're making it sound. Okay. I understand that about 20, they anticipate 30,000 people will be killed without a trial, and you're saying that's perfectly okay? We have another person, an eyewitness, folks, who just said it took 10 hours for this person to log in here. Look at this. Just look at that. Now I lost it. All right. You're a sick man. Yeah, you just want to turn your blind eye to the... I don't know why I'm ignoring you. Turn a blind eye to the whole concept of opening the doors to the secret, satanic, blood-drinking, ritualistic, child-murdering pedophile ring in Washington, D.C. Yep, I hear you. 10 long hours. I'm shocked. Yeah, well, you never know. Somebody walks by and keeps hitting the refresh button on their computer. No, they're not kidding me. I've talked to people who've hit their refresh screen 50 times to get in here. 734 woke up at 6 a.m. just to try to log in here. My show is too important. I know. Thank you so much. Yes, 734. NBT 73 says, I'm not in any way saying it's okay to kill, but there are probably many details and facts we don't see. Look, I can spot a psychotic killer a mile away. And this Duterte looks like a psychotic killer. He is absolutely unhinged. And if our country and our president-elect doesn't take a stand against this atrocity, we've got a similar problem with Donald Trump. Millions of the world are trying to get in here. Thank God for UHF. Well, Master Meatball says we should move the entire show to iVlog. If you don't see our screen, some of you have this blocked out. Write this down. We are doing a similar show, and you have less restriction to get into those shows. UHF and VHF are huge around the world. Put up a picture. What picture? Okay. Is that good? What kind of a picture would you like? I'm a winner. I'm a driver. Things are going to change. I can feel it. Georgia says it's traced an attempt voter hack to the DHS. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I wanted to check that out. You mind if I take a moment and just, since I've diverted the attention of the show about 45 times already, let's just divert it a 46th time, shall we? That's what we do every night anyway. We divert your attention. Georgia says it's traced an attempted voter hack to DHS. Now, we've known the DHS has been hiring hackers before, and they have unlimited funds because they just print money up to make money. An IP address from the agency was the source of an attempted breach of the state's voter registration database, according to Georgia's Secretary of State. Wow, so DHS wasn't guarding the election process, they were rigging it. Wow, this is really a serious allegation against this organization that formed 16 years ago at the heels of a fake 9/11 attack by terrorists, which could be an inside job. Now I'm beginning to get the whole picture. Somehow the Nazis, this is the Georgia state capitol in Atlanta, somehow the Nazis embedded themselves in our country and they put together another organization, just like Hitler had, called the Department of Homeland Security, DHS. And they have allocated funds for Allied Signal Corps to actually go after anybody that says negative stuff about the DHS, so we better watch out what we say. We just reporting the DHS is traced to the IP attack on the Georgia state election process, the presidential election process. Wow. Feels welcomed into the new diverted news source, aka Third Party. Thank you. Welcome, 939. Yeah, you're all welcome to come on in here, and even you people that are, yeah, the FDA, that's Nazi too. I agree, Ken. Kevin Nee. The Nazis really did succeed at their plan, and they are instrumentally embedding themselves in the U.S. still to this day. They started with Operation Paperclip, and they've been engaged in a series of events through the CIA, Operation MK Ultra, Operation Monarch, the thing I told you about killing world leaders that they don't like. Kazakhstan Time made you Man of the Year. My goodness. Thank you so much, Kazakhstan. Could we get a word from Borat here? Borat, are you here? Not. No, it's not. Tempting the gypsy temptress. You Kazakhstanian people are amazing. You like me. That's great. I was kidding about Borat. We can't broadcast on any networks, Ninth Party. Can you come up with a wet network that offers a fluid chat show like iVlog and Blog and Vaughn? I'm a big star here in Kazakhstan. Not. I am retired. Yeah, I retired in 2010. I retired at the age of 50. So I am retired. I'm just kidding. I enjoy doing voices. This suit is black. Not. I'm wearing a pleather jacket, so some of you people from PETA, not affiliated with pedophilia, may be pleasantly surprised that no animals were slaughtered in the making of this pleather jacket. I need to get up and walk around. My hydrogen component was overheating. I was encountering slowness in my joints. Can't stop because we won't stop. We're going to dance. No, this is pleather. Real leather would cost you $250 US. I got this for $39.95. No, I have the heat on in 2 rooms. Not this room, though. I'm running a filter and a couple lights and my monitors. Believe it or not, there is heat from these LED monitors. Oh, I'm sorry. I promised you a Latvian girl. I'm sorry. She came in just a couple days ago. Yeah. She said she was possibly making another video, so we'll see. People are so impressed with her that I should show you who she is. Not. Very interesting, greeting from another country. Here she is.
Hey David, Latvians love you. David Sponheim for President 2020.
You want to see it again? I do take callers, yeah.
Hey David, Latvians love you. David Sponheim for President 2020.
That's nice. Very nice person. She, apparently she's managed to get her accent removed from watching YouTube videos. Well, no, we don't need to do that. We'd rather talk about, freedom tonight. We know that censorship is coming. We know that the government is now framing this discussion of fake news, trying to eliminate news sites as part of an effort to censor. So I believe the elitists are using this as an opportunity when they're almost caught. They almost got caught in their satanic evil plan to control the world with child pedophilia, power plays over other politicians, controlling everybody's vote. They were almost caught in the U.S., and now they're turning it into something that they now see as a chance to censor us. I believe Pope Francis is evil. Anybody who claims to be a representative of God and who denies the existence of hell doesn't even understand the basic principle of belief or faith. Do you have any idea how preposterous that sounds? Which? I just said 14 things in a matter of 5 minutes. I mean, which thing are you responding to that I'm preposterous? My hatred of Russia? I don't have a hatred of Russia. How dare you? I am simply saying that Donald Trump is basically Kissinger's bitch, and at the same time he's trying to cozy up to Russian mobsters. And that's a recipe for disaster. I'm not an atheist. I believe in God and I have a personal relationship with the Lord, but I'm not here to push that on you. But Pope Francis openly said that there is no hell, and it's a good reason why I left the church. I'm a non-Catholic, Reformed Catholic, and I've decided over the years that it's completely twisted. And even some of the Latin masses refer to Lucifer and Satan. And that's not the God that I believe in. You see, you can still believe in God and not be a religious person. I've never not backed Putin, but I don't back him either. The thing that I've done is made it very clear that I would pull support for any rebels, moderate rebels from our country. Currently, we send $1.16 billion to the rebel that turned into ISIS. And literally, Clinton and Barack Obama created ISIS. And Donald Trump even copied what I said, and he still doesn't even say that anymore. He's flip-flopped on that. Now he's actively trying to stop ISIS, which is exactly the policy that the New World Order and Kissinger has. That's why I said he is Kissinger's bitch. All right, so 159, I left the Catholic Church because it's irrelevant, and I know a lot of Catholics that feel the same way. And I got tired of people saying, well, you're not Christian, when I said I was Catholic. It really hurt my feelings to be judged by all these Christians who should believe in judge not for that ye be judged, but instead they have chosen not to walk in Christ and to turn on the Catholics and condemn them. When in fact, Catholics brought Christianity to the world, ironically. Thank you, Pope Francis. You love me now? That's nice. Don't be deceived. Yeah, Trump is Kissinger's bitch. That's what I said. Am I allowed to freely speak out? Oh, gee, I thought I was living in America. Apparently, this is the deal. You're allowed to freely speak out on the blog anytime you want, assuming you don't reach 100 million people a night. That's when it's getting a little weird. So if somebody tries to stop me from doing what I'm doing on a daily basis, claiming I'm making up stories, which I'm not, hi there, then they would be truly stifling free speech. So far, free speech still lives and exists in America. And in honor of free speech, I think we should put up our big, huge story, which has been now a national phenomenon around the world. The amazing David Sponheim support video. Can't Stop Because We Won't Stop. Created by Scissor Fight. Brilliant audio editor. And we're going to play that right now. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David John Sponheim, and I support this message. David John Sponheim. And I support this message. Hello. Good time for my entire flash to freeze up.
Can't stop and we won't
Thank
stop.
you.
We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
Right. Can't stop.
Can't stop, we can't
Apparently it can stop.
stop, we can't stop.
Can't stop. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you another important message. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David John Sponheim, and I support this message.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop,
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Sponheim for president.
We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, 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 and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Hi. Baku, Azerbaijan. Wow. That's dangerous. Look at, he did that on the side of a building. And the pitchfork guy in Wien. Yeah. Well, it's not that fun. I mean, you might want to take your lithium or whatever you're on. Okay. So, we're out and about. Thank you so much for coming into the show. Okay, we're going to take a look here at a Twitter ad that somebody sent me of a very interesting reveal. This is what I was looking for earlier. This is a symbolic symbol of pedophilia. Yeah. See these images on the screen? Yeah, these apparently are the images used in the pedophile societies, and yeah, look at that, see? And they happen to be on the outside of pizza stores. Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. So the question is, Bill Clinton's best friend, Frank Ustra, and the Clinton Foundation can explain this logo for their child project. Yeah, so this is one of the telling pieces of WikiLeaks information that connects this man, that's right, Frank Ustra, and the Clinton Foundation to a ring of pedophiles. This is why this evidence needs to be investigated by the FBI. This is why we need to get more probative information to the forefront. We can't possibly do this without that. So this is serious, folks. We've got to keep doing this. My eyes look angry? No, my eyes adore you, though they simply don't understand you. David, would you be offended to hear Vaughn live in the majority of the broadcaster compared to what late night college radio used to be? I don't know, John. I haven't been to college since 1988, so I don't really know. What do you mean there's far too much circumstantial evidence? Oh, you're right. Why isn't there an investigation? Thank you, Randy. Boy, you're starting to get really kind of cool. Randy, are you waking up to the fact that we are dealing with a series of pedophiles that are trying to completely cover up a story? K-Dog. Okay, Katerina. You live in the same fantasy world as Dave, Carpet Dog says. Carpet Dog, is there a way of getting rid of you over on... Yeah, I was trying to get rid of you over here. They won't let me get rid of you. Yeah, I can't... There's no controls over at YouTube. That's one of the reasons why I'm going to leave you in there, Carpet Dog. Okay, Raftman has a story. Let's take a look. No, complete confidence U.S. arms supplies to Syria won't end up with ISIS. Yeah, exactly. What? No, complete confidence U.S. arms supplies to Syria won't end up with ISIS. Boy, that's an interesting way of writing a story, isn't it? Okay, let's just check it out. U.S. soldiers ride a military vehicle in Al-Khabar Kerbah village north of Aleppo province, Syria, 2016. The U.S. can't guarantee that the arms it provides to Syrian rebels will not change hands and fall into the possession of the Islamic State, the State Department said a day after President Obama eased weapons flows to Syria. Okay. Well, this is the big mistake that Obama has been making ever since the beginning of his presidency. He started funding this ridiculous starting a war, and this is why I'm surprised Trump hasn't said anything. He should stop the funding for rebels and say flat out right now. It would appease the problem with Russia, and I think Russia would be very pleased to know that we're not going to press deeper into that region.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, let's listen.
My neck of the woods, I call it a deer hunting period. Anyway, welcome everyone to the State Department. Happy Friday. Just a couple of unfortunate events to note at the top of the briefing, and then I'll take your questions. First of all, we condemn the attack today in Madagali, Nigeria, that has reportedly killed at least 30 individuals and wounded many more.
Well, it's a 37-minute press conference. I really don't have time for it. Yeah. So he says it would be difficult for anyone to say that with complete confidence, even though the U.S. support for rebels is done under carefully monitoring. There's no assurances that the money sent wouldn't go to ISIS forces. So the whole thing is a mess, and I'm surprised Donald Trump has not entered any statement at all. And I'm sure if I've been taking callers all night long. My number is available, 707 your ATP. I've got 5 conversations going on right now psychically with people. If you'd like to open a conversation with me verbally, we could do that. Winter's coming, I know. Vladimir says hi, okay. Yeah, he said a happy Friday. Is he kidding? Yeah, 37 minutes of that happy Friday coming out of his mouth. Yes, the psychic channels are opening. Ever since I created the Psychic Enemies hotline, people have been coming into our show psychically. The Psychic Friends Network and Miss Cleo is no longer an active channel. Miss Cleo died, so I thought I'd create the Psychic Enemies channel. People that are setting mojos on each other, voodoo, pins and needles and dolls and things like that. Okay, we got a call. Wow, this is amazing. I didn't know you didn't know my number.
Call from Jack, Randy. To accept, press 1. To voicemail, press.
Randy Jackson. Well, I'll be darned. You're not Rodney after all.
Hello, David.
I'll be darned. I thought you were Rodney there, Randy. Randy, are you Randy? Randy?
I'm Randy Jackson. Yes, that's me.
All right, man. It's great to talk to you, finally connecting the dots with the voice.
Great to see you, man.
Yeah.
You're a great fighter for the Pizzagate Brigade.
Yeah, well, you know, we're defying every level of government disinformation we can. They're trying to divert attention from these pedophiles in Washington. And we've been on this story for a long time. I started looking into this in 2013 and did a video, Missing Kids Cover-Up, on YouTube. But yeah, it's a problem. I'll give you the link to the Missing Kids Cover-Up video if you guys haven't seen it. It's a 20-minute edited down version of Conspiracy of Silence. So it goes into detail about the Franklin Group and all the work that Nancy Schaefer did to figure all this stuff out. Yeah, and the government just wants to divert all of our attention from this subject. I wonder why.
I wonder why James Alefantis is in the top 50 influential Washington, D.C. persons as a pizza owner.
Yeah, isn't that funny? I know.
That's just a weird coincidence.
Well, when a person has dirt on all these pedophiles in Washington, he would be the top 49th person, the most powerful in Washington, wouldn't he? It stands to reason. They use this against people. You know, this is how they operate. They get people in compromising situations with minors, politicians, and then they've got their number. They'll just say, hey, we'll turn this information in and you're done. And automatically, that's how they control the votes. This is how Washington, the dark side of Washington works. Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I was wondering, do you know Eric Scissor?
No. Eric Scissorhand? No, I don't know
Why
him.
do they keep asking in chat, Eric Scissor. Eric Scissor.
No, I don't know that person. It's a person they claimed swatted me. I don't believe it ever happened by him necessarily. Again, it's an open investigation. I don't know. He might have done it. We don't know. We've got beef versus pork up and running. This is my channel, by the way,
Cool.
Randy.
Stay vaping your weed. I always hear it when you're watching videos.
No, I know. I don't bong hit or vape online, man. We got 100 million views right there. That's cool. Have you seen my my cooking videos? Do you spend a lot of money on dinner, Randy? Typically, are you a restaurant guy?
I'd say like $25 a week.
Oh, that's not bad. So you do your own cooking,
I'm in
or
college, so I have to save money.
you're pretty careful with money, Randy?
Not right now, as I don't have a steady job right now. I'm in college.
Oh, good reason to be steady with money. Good. Well, I've got all these really great recipes. This crab spinach fettuccine meal I made was so good. I started cooking with sardines, and it was incredible.
How many GMOs were in that?
No, I actually used non-GMO Ronzoni spinach fettuccine. It's incredible. Ronzoni is dedicated to non-GMOs now. Almost all the Ronzoni brands. Yeah, so check Ronzoni out. Do not eat ramen.
Oh, all right.
Don't eat ramen. Please, if you're a college student, do not eat ramen.
Sodium.
Well, it's not really good. They've studied ramen and they see it goes in your body and it doesn't digest for 3 or 4 days. So you gotta get away from ramen.
Kind of like gum.
Yeah, it's like you're better off with egg noodles, to be honest. Specifically non-GMO. Cool.
Well, good talking to you, Dave.
Thanks for calling, Randy. Appreciate it. All right, later.
No problem. Take it easy.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, that was Randy Jackson. I'm glad it's not Rodney. If you go down all the way down to my list here, yeah, you get to the missing kids cover-up video, way to the bottom. Blackface video, you get through those. Those are great. 3 hours of nonstop humor. And then you get down to the missing kids cover-up. Here it is. Nancy Schaefer.
One woman, Nancy Schaefer, died. She was killed. Trying to find out why these kids are missing and what is going on in the CPS network.
But all of it is based on money, and that's where it's going to have to be cut off. The federal incentives have got to be cut off and be removed on a federal level in order to get this stopped. We have so many families calling that are absolutely delirious, that they are so desperate, they do not know where to turn, and actually, they have no place to turn for help. And of course, parents, the poorer the families are, those are the ones who are targeted because they don't have the wherewithal to fight the system or hire an attorney. And they are just caught up in it, and many of them are because their children are blue-eyed or blonde or exactly what someone wants, and those families are targeted.
All right, so she went out of her way to reveal the whole thing, was about ready to produce a documentary, and she was killed. And allegedly, her husband killed her. It was murder. It was murder-suicide, that's what they called it, but it was... Nobody shoots their wife in the back and then shoots himself in the stomach. It takes a long time to die that way. I wish I could create my own casting site. The model that we have for our show, and this is the link to this video, it's a 26-minute video. And it's pretty comprehensive. I copied the best parts of A Conspiracy of Silence and put them all in there. But, yeah. Her work was shut down when she and her husband were found dead. And the guy, William Fain, who at the time had a website, and now doesn't have a website, you can't contact him, he had all their documentary footage and he's gone. No, NBT, it's worse than that. Rolling Stone committed libel, in my opinion, and I'm going to probably end up prosecuting Rolling Stone for doing that. But I only have a 3-year window of opportunity to do that. Yeah, they completely shut the investigation down. All that documentary footage was disappeared. It's all gone. No, I've never been to a ramen restaurant. Like I said, ramen is not good for you. What can I say? I mean, it's full of stabilizers and preservatives. They say it stays preserved in your stomach. Can you afford legal representation? Well, I would sue them, but my attorney says it's going to be costly, and I have to get a big retainer. So I may postpone the suit in order to get a certain amount of money together to do this. Oh my God, there's such a thing as fresh ramen? Oh, really? Are you serious? They make it... Jessica Savage was killed in the 1970s, I believe. Yeah. We're not allowed to do a GoFundMe for legal representation. I can't do it related to politics. It's written in the terms of service for GoFundMe and Patreon. Yeah. You can't do we can't raise money for politics on GoFundMe, or even legal representation defending politics. So Hawaii has good fresh ramen, except when they put spam in it. So I didn't know ramen was made fresh somewhere. What was Jill Stein's BS? She wanted to raise $7 million to question Hillary. Yeah, I don't like the idea of ramen per se. It's not exactly the best thing physically for you. Although if you have nothing to eat, I guess it's better than nothing. Okay. You're in charge of Homeland Security. Do something. Oh. Gotcha. Okay, the Indians are... I see. Okay. See, I agree, ramen is the worst pasta. I've been using couscous, and it is broken pasta. That's all it is. If you're on the road and you want to make something quick, I would say couscous that's non-GMO is your best product. No, Kraft Dinner is GMO. No, I disagree. If you go to my website, which I just gave you a link to, that website has money-saving ideas that you could easily create all kinds of recipes for $400 a month. It's that simple. Yeah, pasta will make your ass fat. Yeah. So you live decent for a month. It takes about $1,200. How much is your rent out of that $1,200? If you don't mind me asking, guess 546-350-5. Yeah, how much is your rent? Ninth Party has something. Okay. Oh, we don't do Sherlock Holmes teaser trailers. I'm sorry. Yeah. What is that, Katerina? You fry pasta? K-Dog, you fry pasta with pizza, walnut sauce, and you play dominoes on hankies? Yeah. Hey, how many of you people are frequenters of 4chan? How many of you are regular 4chan users? Because I don't think they're in our room right now. They've kind of left me alone. Good. There's a reason why the 4chan group is trying to hate on our show. I found out recently that they share images of kids on that network. Somebody told me that 4chan is a pedo network. I've never been there. I have no idea what they do, but that's what somebody told me, and it's like, oh, no wonder we've been attacked on our show for trying to get truth to the Pizzagate story. Master Meatball says, I saw on YouTube where this guy claimed that the CIA, DHS, FBI, and other alphabet agencies are actually the shadow government. Yeah, I heard that too. In each agency, you sign away your constitutional rights to secrecy, and they are so big and so secret, now no one knows how many people are on the payroll. Wow, you're right, Master Meatball, yeah. Really, his old profile pic was a child in a toilet? That's so sick. Well, that's what I'm concerned about. It's not that, no, we've been censored on this show, big time, 402. It's not, we're not losing viewers. We're just being censored hard. They're tightening the screws on our show over at Vaughn. We're just waiting for a better network to go to. We were waiting for blogtv.ca, but they apparently got hacked. 4chan hacked them hard. America, please stop referring to members of the Senate or House as our leaders. We do not answer to them. They are our representatives and should constantly be reminded of that. Thank you. Good point.
Place Thursday morning. WGN's Randy Villasomo has the latest.
The body of 16-year-old Jessica Tedder was found in a Hammond, Indiana dumpster early Thursday by a
Jessica Savage, was she killed?
Jessica Savage now occupies the chair camera left. She's done that before. She's been here in the role of interviewer, but this morning she is the interviewee. The subject, her new book. It is entitled Anchor Woman. It's the story of her rise from model to local radio DJ. She was known as Honeybee in those days, is that right?
Yeah.
She became the first television anchor woman in the South, and today she's an award-winning correspondent for NBC News. But you're still just a very young woman. Why are you writing a book?
Well, I'll tell you, I may be 34 years old, but the industry, within the span of the 12 years since I started in it, has changed. The roles for women have changed, and commensurately, the role models for young women growing up have also changed. Television's played a great part in that.
Who was your role model?
I didn't have one. I didn't know I was supposed to have one, but television has changed it. I mean, would either of us be in either of these chairs about 15 years ago? Probably not. What does that
say? Definitely not.
Yeah. What does that say to young people growing up? It says you're in this job and I'm in this one, and young people growing up can say, gee, we could have either one of those jobs or accept people in those jobs. We've gotten beyond the packaging to the subject matter that does or does not.
Raises a good point. There are some people who suggest that after the initial surge of hiring minorities, hiring women, that it has now fallen back a little bit, that now it's forgotten again.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think we are finally at the stage, which is why I decided this was the point to write a book. That, and also I was trying to raise some money for journalism students who lost their GSA loans, which the profits of the book go to.
Obviously, she was a very cutting-edge journalist, yeah. And it's sad to see, we still don't know the murderer of this woman. She flipped over in traffic. Yeah.
Tom Brokaw, the anchor of the NBC Nightly News, said she was a dedicated, hard-working broadcaster who felt very strongly that women should have a more important role in the profession. Tom Brokaw, NBC News.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. Why are we talking about Tom Brokaw and Jessica Savage? I mean, when we've got Pizzagate to talk about. I mean, seriously. Some of you who can't get into our chat room can come into our iBlog show. But so far, nobody's taking us up on this, so I'm going to pull this off the screen. Yeah.
Tom Brokaw, NBC Nightly News.
Cyber Cosmonaut. What do we have here? You are looking at Cyber Cosmonaut. You are of an inferior design. He is of an inferior design.
Danger, danger!
This is a Russian testing center for robotics.
What is Will Robinson?
You are obviously of a very primitive design.
Первого испытательного полета нового перспективного корабля Федерация.
You know, I don't speak Russian, so there's no subtitling here. Yeah, back to you. Back to Jessica Savage in the newsroom. Yeah, the Malibu story's got to go. Yeah. Okay, yeah, don't want to do that. The octopus. Oh, this is interesting. The Eclipse Touch Pro 4GB video player is only $10.94 at Walmart. You want to stack like 1,000 songs into a single show? Go for it. Yeah, you can even play videos in this little sucker. Only $10.94 plus free shipping. Yeah, look at that. Why am I getting these links? That's what gets me. All right, we've had a good chat room. Now we're going into the extended show, in which I continue to rant on and on. Yeah, you betcha. Earlier in the show, people were accusing me of sounding gay. So I've masculinized my voice. That's right. Because I'm not gay. Gold is at 1159 and silver is 1681, making some moves. Silver's moving up. Dow Jones is skyrocketing at 19,756 on the hope that Trump is going to rebrand the American economy. DT Laura, you got a video? Is it the remix? Okay. I was going to do a Lemon Pledge. I play it every night now.
Lemon Pledge, very pretty, puts a shine down lemon good. Lemon Pledge as you're dusting, brings new luster to the wood. Lemon Pledge clean so easy, lemon way to make wood glow. Lemon Pledge as you're dusting, adds protection as you go.
You like brand new Lemon Pledge, the fresh, clean way.
Yeah, you know, if we're this out of it that we would allow, this is what's so weird. You know, our country in America has allowed these products to go on the market without any testing to see if they affect anybody's respiratory system. You know, like Oust, Febreze, all these, SC Johnson, the family company. None of them are tested. Nothing. David, is true love a real thing? Yes, it is. And it's enduring. It's amazing. Once you fall in love with someone and you begin to realize you can't live without them, or it would be difficult to live without them, that's true love. I know. I don't use the Lemon Pledge spray, you know. I don't like aerosol hydrocarbons in my mouth. No, I never kissed a man friend. Jessica Savage. What do you think caused Jessica Savage's death? Because it looks like she was run off the road by somebody in traffic. Yeah, I need this for the insight. Let's see. Oh, you're the guy sending me Walmart links. I knew it was somebody, Mad Dog. This Vision dash cam is only $17.99. That's right. Oh yeah, I got one of these for Sarah already. I paid about that cost. And I like the one without the camera. The one with the camera is kind of bulky. Yeah, we have all kinds of alternative video cameras everywhere. You think Jessica Savage was killed? Let's ask Tom Brokaw. Tom, do you think Jessica Savage was killed?
Well, Dave, I'm Tom Brokaw, NBC Nightly News. I'd like to say that Jessica was a remarkable woman.
How did that guy ever get a career? Oh, he's still doing stuff. I know he does like pickup stuff. I think he does work whenever Brian Williams is caught producing fake news, like lying about being under combat fire in a helicopter in Iraq. They call Tom to come in and give him a little pickup. I think he's still alive.
Tom Brokaw, NBC Nightly News.
No, that's exactly how he sounds. Exactly. I've studied his voice. I've studied the work of many people who do voices on the radio and television. Diane Reams of NPR Radio. Have you ever heard that show at 11:30 at night?
This is Diane Reams, NPR Nightly Radio. I'm talking to David Sponheim of America's Third Party.
Hi, Diane.
Hello, David. How are you?
Diane, how did you keep your job all these years? Sounding like that? I mean, I know you have a speech defect. I don't want to make fun of it or anything. But, I mean, is there anyone more qualified than you to do this show?
Well, David, I'm very offended.
I know, we only have till 2020. It's good that Donald Trump is blowing it left and right.
Tom Brokaw, NBC Nightly News.
That's exactly how he sounds. Go check it out. Let me get you a soundbite for Tom Brokaw. All right, a troll song, okay. It's his last broadcast, Battle for Iraq.
News tonight at 10.
More troops. The U.S. to raise troop levels in Iraq by almost 12,000 as violence threatens next month's elections. Scandal. Fraud and corruption in the UN oil for food program in Iraq. Now a demand from a U.S. senator that Kofi Annan, the UN Secretary General, resign. Credit warning. Free credit reports online, but beware what may come with the package. And Ward 57, home to some of America's bravest soldiers who have to learn how to live all over again.
From NBC News World Headquarters in New York, this is NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw.
Good evening. The American military investment in Iraq is going up from one.
That was 12 years ago. Thank you, I'm muted. It was 12 years ago, and we're still in Iraq. Is this amazing? No sound, dummy. I am unable to respond to chat. You are overloading server. Well, we're going to be dropping off of the iVlog network. Nobody's there. Yeah, I don't understand it. Maybe they did really censor that network. I don't know. It's weird. Oh, you are? You're here? Okay. Thank you, Master Meatball. I don't know, man. Thank you for coming in. Take some callers. People want to talk. Yeah, I want to talk too. My number is 707 your ATP. And if you want to ask any questions about what we're doing or how well we're doing it, feel free. Thoughts on the guy murdering pretty joggers in Brooklyn? Is that a new story? I haven't heard about it. Let's take a look. NYPD's on it? Okay. Okay. I'm looking at Brooklyn jogger murders. Let's take a look. This is a sketch of the man near one of the Queen's slaughter incidents. Cops released sketch of man seen leaving a spot where Karina Vetrano was slain. Daily News, New York. How's the show been? Just got here. Hey, doing very well, 894. Thank you. We're just rounding out the final 3.5 hours here. 4.5 hours since 5 o'clock. Yep. There he is. There's a sketch. A mysterious man whose likeness was sketched by a police artist could hold the key to solving the murder of Howard Beach jogger. Police released the drawing Wednesday of a potential witness to this. Okay.
Police released a sketch of a man they want to talk to about the slaying of Karina Vetrano. The man, who is not believed to be the killer, was seen coming out of the weeds. Man who is not believed to be the killer was seen coming out of the weeds at Spring Creek Park near the Belt Parkway around the time Vetrano was killed on August 2nd. A police source said this person may be a key witness but has yet to come forward. NYPD Chief of Detectives Robert Boyce said, "We want to speak to this person because we feel that he was there. He is not a subject. He is not even a POI. The detectives have developed a DNA profile of the killer from material found on Vetrano's body and her phone, but have found no match. No one has come forward with information, even as the reward ballooned to $300,000.
Wow. So they got a reward right now in New York for $300,000. He's a suspect, yeah. What a terrible, tragic loss of a beautiful woman. You know, I don't know who would be doing jogging right now in New York City. I can imagine, you know, one of the most famous joggers of all times. We've had another doctor die of, well, mysteriously dead. 65 mysteriously died. Okay, let's take a look. Another woman investigator in the holistic field is dead. People think there's a hit on people who are revealing truths about the FDA and what they're doing. You hit 960 followers tonight on your Twitter. Good for you. My Twitter's been locked for the past 6 years. I believe Breitbart News, run under the auspices of Steve Bannon, is completely corrupt. They actually encouraged the fake news story. They actually spun a whole story about how Pizzagate was reckless and people shouldn't be investigating things like that. Very suspicious. Andrew Breitbart would be rolling over in his grave right now if he found out his news network was being used as a propaganda tool. This is another, yeah. This is a story of a woman, a holistic doctor. The story was July 13th, 2016, but a holistic doctor, 2016. Was found stabbed to death in her Palo Alto home. Yeah, that looks very, very suspicious. Erin says her site was hacked and down all yesterday. Wow, enter your email. Erin Elizabeth does great work.
Hello guys, Erin Elizabeth here with HealthNutNews.com, and today we're talking about a really sad tragedy that I just posted a couple hours ago about the tragic death of Dr. Shi. I actually had the pleasure of meeting her several years ago. I used to live in California for a number of years, and she was found dead in her Palo Alto home in the Bay Area. And also, I want you to subscribe above or below, but also our site was hacked. Let's see, if you can see this. There's endless comments on my Facebook page to back that up, but it was hacked, and we don't know what happened. The long story short is the site is back up, whatever happened. But you can subscribe to the newsletter, which I'll put the link below, just because people want to keep up to date. And we were also actually unable to post on Facebook for a while as well. So I want you to stay up to date on these stories for those who don't want to miss out, even though the news is so tragic. So yeah, we have over 50 holistic doctor deaths in a year, and it's just really sad. She was in a very upscale neighborhood. In fact, there is fewer than one homicide a year in her town. Fewer than one a year. I'm guessing some years none at all. So they talk about she was 65, found Thursday, and their Eichler-style homes in Palo Alto. And she had business connections around the world and also owned several acupuncture clinics in the Bay Area, including one on Castro Street and Mountain View. And so just a few photos here.
Okay, so we'll add that to our list tonight of things we'll talk about in our late night show. Okay, I'll play that later.
Hello, guys. Erin Elizabeth here with Health Nut News.
Yeah, I urge you to check out Health Nut News. This is the new Dave. I say stuff, yeah. I allow people to use profanity in our show. Absolutely. It's free speech. As long as you're not just slandering somebody or threatening to kill somebody, I mean, you're welcome to freely use your words. You need help too, yeah. Ask a professional why you're having, I guess they're small tremors in your hand. Yeah, it might be Parkinson's. It could also be some sort of a Parkinson's-related disorder like epilepsy. Palsy. I'm not a doctor, but you need help. Okay, try cannabinoid oil, just see how that works. You saw the Parkinson guy. He was doing great. Okay. Randy, I believe the Donald is the biggest one of the year. Yeah, Time Magazine's going to make him the biggest asshole of the year. I'm sorry, the greatest man of the year. Did I say biggest asshole? I guess it's just that thought that keeps popping up. There's a lot of people that don't like Donald, and for good reason. I mean, I did a parody video of him with my sister on Halloween called Pork for All, in which she played Hillary and I played Donald for a short period of time. You can watch it in archive. Halloween, October 31st. I'm not going to get over it all. You guys are the ones that are trying to say, get over it, get over it. Bottom line is, this is the situation. Sarah's not coming back into the show tonight. She had to do some other stuff. So she's just going to retire. She's really tired. So she's retired. She's going to retire tonight, early. She had other things to do. Connie, you really like Connie, huh? Yeah, well, that Hillary picture really makes her look like Hillary, I'll tell you. Well, Hitler and Trump have a lot in common. Yeah. Trump actually admired a lot of Hitler's work, so much so that he read Hitler's speeches next to his bed when he was just a young lad. Actually, when he was married to Ivana, the mother of Ivanka. Yeah, she said so in a deposition. She said, yeah, he frequently reads Hitler's speeches. So that's the kind of guy you're getting for president. You people really didn't know that? Oh, yes. Sarah, yeah, she really does have a real life. I'm the one who spends my time online. You know that. I'm the one that cultivated this amazing following of enlightened individuals who keep coming up and talking to our show. He also has connections. His father was caught at a brawl at a KKK rally. So he's got that going for him too, which is nice, And he seems to allow the white supremacists supporting him online. He hasn't said anything against it. And a lot of his policies reflect that of Hitler's. I would never read Hitler, no. I would never do it. Yeah. I think the reality of being president is finally leaching in slowly. When you run for president as a joke and now you're stuck there for the next 4 years, you kind of realize you don't really know what you're doing. Now he's having to deal with it. I understand he and Barack Obama are like having a bromance or something. Or, I don't know. They're together again. I have a picture of Barack Obama and Donald Trump. Let me show it to you. I just brought it in. Yeah, and I don't even think this is Barack Obama. I think this is a stand-in. I'm going to ask you, seriously, do you believe this is Barack Obama's face? Is that Barack Obama in your eyes? Is that, because that's definitely Trump, but he was in a fugue state at the time. But doesn't that look like a fake Barack Obama? Like he was too busy, he didn't, or maybe he just adamantly said, "Oh, make no mistake about it. Send my clone." I swear that does not look like him. For that matter, it doesn't look like Trump either. They look like a wax. In fact, why is Trump making the Illuminati sign? See that with his hand? Well, let's be clear. Barack Obama said to Donald Trump, "You're a jackass, just like Putin." And Trump said, "I'm doing very good business with Putin. Don't say bad things about him." And then their conversation split, I'm sure. And then Trump's not trying to see Obama's original birth certificate, dude. He's not prosecuting Obama. Didn't you get the memo? Yeah. Wow, are you planning on coming in here?
Should I?
You don't have to.
I made you dinner.
You made me dinner?
No, I just put the leftover whatever that stuff.
Oh, you heated it up? Okay. Well, I'm going to take a little break. You get a chance to be with Sarah. I know. I didn't look like a... Yeah, it just didn't seem like him. Thank you, Sarah. It smells great. I'm going to go grab it. I am hungry. Hey, the party just starting. We're getting ready to kind of boogie-woogie. Sarah's here. The life of the party has arrived. That smells great. Okay, yeah, good day, Sarah. Welcome. Yeah, give them some time. They're kind of bored with me, and they're overwhelmed by this whole thing, the Pizzagate thing. So a little off time is good. But let me at least show you this picture. Do you think this looks like Barack Obama? Take a look. Does that look like him to you?
Yeah, why?
Oh, okay. I know Trump is in a daze because I think he forgot he probably doesn't know what he's thinking.
I mean, neither of them look like their best.
They're not engaged.
But that's okay, because I don't feel like I'm my best, but...
Well, who is? You think I'm my best every day when I prop myself up for the show? This is our, 8,000 hours of broadcasting today? We've been doing this for 8 years. It's amazing.
Yeah, exactly.
Sarah's going to give you a little personal time. I'll be right back after
personal time.
Have some food in my mouth.
Alright. You know it's like already late. But I know you guys like to come in here late on a Friday night. Can you have a little train for Christmas? Absolutely. As long as you buy it for yourself. Treat yourself for Christmas. Hello, Patty. 8 long years that will go on for 8 long more years. I'm doing well, Ken. How are you? That's the question. What, Katrina? You've recently pine trees? You've intentionally tried to conduce you? You're great. I'm glad that you're great, Ken. No, 519. I like all of my layers. Some call it Amtrak. We call it the train. What do you mean multi-track drifting? I was looking at a different chat room if that's what you meant. Oh, you've intentionally tried to confuse me. That works. David's not going to unban all on Vaughn that I know of. Well, I can say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Feliz Navidad, Happy New Year, all of those good things. May the many joys and blessings of the season be with you. Hello, Laura. You're probably right, 192. But that's okay. I just prefer to ignore it all. Until, of course, they start getting too personal. And yeah, it is a Christmas tree brooch, see? Right there. Isn't it cool? Probably 200. David's probably going to cast Christmas Day. What day does it land on? As long as if it lands on a Sunday, then probably not. I'm glad you like my brooch. If it lands on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, then David probably will cast at his regular times. 0240. The donations to America's Third Party go into a separate segregated bank account that were only used in election with the campaign finances. For instance, purchasing, web hosting fees, domain name registration, and some advertising. If Christmas is on Sunday this year, then David might not be broadcasting. Oh yes, it is on Sunday. Oh, I don't know. Maybe you can convince David to broadcast, but maybe I can have David to myself on Christmas. I have no idea, 872. You can ask David that information. Because I have no affiliation with that at all. Whatsoever. Okay. Oh, you're just joking around with Carpet Dog, Katrina? Well, I'm glad that there's a couple people in here for you to joke around with. That sounds good. I do think I'll probably go and look for a turkey for Christmas. I did enjoy that. But of course, I guess, I can't really do the whole thing like I did on Thanksgiving with constant broadcasting. Yes, thank you, Scissor Fight. David should be with Sarah on Christmas. No broadcasting. We did share most of our Thanksgiving with you, so you should just watch our Thanksgiving cooking show all during Christmas. It's 5 hours. David has uploaded it. I think it has all 5 hours uploaded. So then you can just spend the entire Christmas day watching David's previously uploaded cooking videos. Ham in the crockpot, that sounds pretty good. The only ham I would do is an uncured ham, they call it. It's Trader Joe's sells this thing called an uncured ham, and the uncured ham has not been soaking in the salt and the nitrates and all that stuff. Ugh. I don't like all the salty nitrates. And that is the best ham ever. Otherwise, I don't really like ham. Just not my Oh, gross. I don't like nitrates. You have a special glaze for your hand passed down over 200 years. Just make sure you start with an uncured hand before you start with your glaze. I totally disagree with that. I think they might make your corpse last longer, 881. Please don't add nitrates or nitrites or whatever that is. Mad Dog, what is it that they add to bodies? Don't add any of those to my body. I just want my body to decompose naturally. I mean, I suppose you can, like, do a small incision so that I can have off-gassing so I don't bloat up really bad, but I don't want, I know it starts with an F. Anyway, I don't want anything added to my body after I pass away. Yes, embalming fluid. I don't want to be embalmed. Thanks, Katrina. Alright? I don't want to be embalmed. Formaldehyde. Yes, thanks, Rex. I don't want to be embalmed. I don't want any formaldehyde in my body. No. You better have the, like, memorial quickly. A little part of me sent to space would be kind of cool. But I don't want to, of course, spend all that money and use all those resources that could be used to help other people. Would I ever consider running for local office? I did actually run for a local office under, well, as a state senator. I guess that's not probably local enough for you. But I ran under America's Third Party. But Budweiser puts formaldehyde in beer shipped overseas, and so does Jim Beam. Ooh, ew, gross. Okay. Yes, you can do an autopsy on me to make sure it was a natural death, but just make sure I have a cool casket and no embalming. Actually, I don't want a super cool casket. I'm torn a little bit because I saw these like super cool caskets where you remove all the oxygen, and that's kind of cool. So your body lasts a little bit longer, but the other one is like just to have, just like put in like cotton, a nice cotton outfit, and just a cedar box. I love cedar. It's my favorite tree, so. Sorry to be so morbid, but yeah, I know the seed blanket is pretty cool. I do think that is pretty neat. Maybe, well, instead of wrapping me in the seed blanket, you can put that over the top of my cedar casket. That's just kind of weird, 733. I don't know. It's a little bit weird. Oh, okay. Alright, scissor fight. Thanks, Katrina. Katrina, thanks for following. I'm sorry I haven't given you enough attention in the last 3 years of following us. Well, if you try to get the poison out, 881, and it just won't come out, then maybe you should have that taken care of. Well, time for, I don't know if it's tea time. It's tea time as long as it's decaffeinated tea. No, Dave is eating his dinner. Aw, you're so sweet, Katrina. Our relationship inspires you. Thank you. Just keep being loyal. Just stay the course. No matter what. No matter anything. Stay it with it. And you know what? Really, if you want a good relationship, have a good attitude. Positivity. And say the nice, kind things that you like about the other person. There you go. Sponheim's a good catch. Saying all those good things. Oh, yes. Yeah, that's true too, Scissor Fight. The pods. Aw, well, Carpet Dog, I appreciate that. Thank you for paying attention to Katrina. And more attention to Katrina in the last hour than David has in the past 3 years. Maybe there's a little connection there. You never know. How do they... Oh, they put the person in, like... I just don't know about... I mean, it's an interesting idea, but the EarthPad thing, EarthPod, I wonder if anybody actually does that. No, I don't do that. 626. Oh, love-hate relationship. Why is love? What's with the? We'll talk about the love. Let's dwell on the love, shall we, Carpet Dog? Well, that's okay, 872. It's alright to be single. Are nitrates better than datrates? No. You said it's a love-hate relationship, Carpet Dog. That's what got everybody confused. Hello, Master Meatball. How are ya? I don't know if Rodney's actually still there because I don't know what time that was actually posted. You know, that's another thing I was saying that's kind of cool about, and I didn't realize it until tonight, but Vaughn Live, when you hover over the posting, the little time of the posting pops up, which is pretty cool. Oh, you're tired? You've got a sinus infection. I'm sorry, bud. I was tired. I came on, I did my 6:30 showing, which I do. Got pretty upset and turned off guest chat because I like to keep all my personal and professional and political life separate, but when people start posting all my other information, I just I'm done. So anyway, and then so when David came back on the show to relieve me, I just went and lay down, and I was just gonna take a little nap, and then I didn't wake up until, I don't know, about an hour ago, and then I was like, it's 8:45 when usually I come back on the show at 8, and so then I was like, well, should I even go on the show? So anyway, and David does these marathon shows. He just keeps going and going and going. I was like, oh, it's 9. David will turn off the show and play a video and come in and watch the show with me, but that doesn't happen. You're so funny, Mad Dog. Alright. Sponheim said I was busy. Yes, I was busy because I was trying to take care of my body. That's a good... Well, what do you mean? I need to tweet out when I come online? Or, well, David comes online every day, like 5 p.m. Pacific, except for Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific. I should tweet out when I come online. You're right, Bingo. I agree with that statement. Where are your papers? Like your rolling papers? Your citizenship papers? What papers? Yes, I should probably take care of my body and realize its potential. One of those things, like Master Meatball, I would say, is like getting plenty of fluids and sleep is important, and I don't always do that. Yeah, what was he doing? 8438. Well, 192, you know what? My life's pretty much an open book. And I'm here for the purpose of entertaining you, I guess. I don't know. I'm here. I'm living the life I want, and if you're gonna come after me or something like that, you have all the information you need to publish a biography on me. That's fine. This is like if Eric Caesar too much information about me. Now he's gonna get really hooked and obsessed and start stalking me. I think he already has enough information. Oh, is that a secret, Bingo? Oh, when I come on? Alright, Bingo. I will try to do that. But my life is my life, and basically the show is my opportunity to share my life with you. That's why I said, hey, let's do a Thanksgiving show where we share our entire Thanksgiving day with all of the viewers and watchers, because this is your life watching me. I don't know. If that's your life, that's fine. Well, good. Keep typing up your report and take care of it so you can make sure I'm protected and have a good life without anyone stalking me or something like that. You were funny about that, laughing at the nitrites and then datrites. Katrina, that was pretty funny. Not right now. There's not snow outside. It was starting to rain a little bit earlier when I just came in. No, I'm not gonna dance for you. I'm not like some puppet. You want me to take colors? Phone lines are open. Actually, I think they're closed. I think I have, the phone number, but what's so cool is it's a Google phone number, so I only have it open between set hours. This ain't no disco. It ain't no country club either. All I wanna do is have some fun. Alright. $192. Give up that dream. Alright. I'll be your puppet? No, I won't be your puppet. I am my own person. I'm my individual self. I'm pretty awesome. I like your name. You love Sarah today. I will love you tomorrow too. Good. David loves to dance when Sarah's at work. For the hot chicks in the show. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I hope I hope Master Meatball feels better with his sinus infection, and I hope Katrina and Carpet Dog continue their nice conversation with each other. I didn't know, do you both like weed or something? I am not a big weed person. And, I don't know. I do know. I hope that you guys all continue watching my show and telling everybody about us, and I am just going to... Alright, good night, Master Meatball. I think I might join you. Not literally joining you, but joining the movement to get some sleep. Yes, and I do appreciate all of you watching. And now that I've given David a little break, he'll probably just keep casting like for another hour or two. Yeah. Well, he would probably be awesome at it, 438. He will be back any second. Just making sure putting the finishing touches on everything. Alright, follow me at twitter.com/thirdparty. Maybe I'll start tweeting when I come on.
All right, I'm back. Boy.
He is back, and he is here to talk about Pizzagate for another hour or two. Good night.
An hour. Till the top of the hour. Thank you, Sarah. You're awesome. I'll be with you to join you for Netflix and chilling in about 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
You might as well get the show going. We're watching this show called,
Us.
It's amazing. It's episodic TV shows that we watch. It's called The 100. And it's got new episodes this year. So.
Oh, thanks, Katrina. Well, I enjoyed spending Thanksgiving with you.
No, we don't want your Hulu password, no. That's illegal. You can't actually share. That would be considered illegal to share your password with somebody. We don't do anything illegal. We're always very, very careful not to break any laws. We didn't even download Kodi TV. You guys were selling us on Kodi, and I was like, no, it looks a little fishy to me.
Yeah.
You know, downloading streaming video from some source for free is a little weird.
I will tell you what I'm reading too. I'm starting to get back into reading. I usually do just audiobooks because I don't have a lot of time for reading, but Simon Sinek, Start With Why. Actually, just watch his TED Talk. It's just as good as his book. Maybe more inspiring.
What's the name of the book? What is it called?
Start With Why.
Start With Why.
Sinek.
So it's an inspirational story he writes?
Yeah, it's about business, leadership. I like books about leadership because I'm a leader.
That's nice. If you emulate what you will hope to be and visualize and pre-visualize it, you will be that person. I'm living proof of that. Trending, Chicago. CIA Russian help Trump. Yeah, I saw this. This was a Washington Post ad too. Look at Chicago Tribune. Just did this. This is going to possibly break loose. Remember I started talking about Russia's involvement with Trump? Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like the CIA is kind of on my same page here.
Yeah, good job.
Russia intervened in election to help Trump win. Wow. That's scary.
All right. Thank you. That's
you definitely look like you need a little rest. I'll try to wake you up for a movie in 20 minutes.
Did you eat that?
Yeah, it was awesome. Thank you.
Good.
I finished it. Thanks for heating it up. Yeah, isn't that amazing? So we are looking at the CIA saying the same thing I've been saying earlier. And here you Trump-tards thought I was being way over the top talking about Trump and Russia. Wow. The CIA has concluded in a secret assessment that Russia intervened in the 2016 election to help Donald Trump win the presidency, rather than just to undermine confidence in the U.S. electoral system, according to officials briefed on the matter. Intelligence agencies have identified individuals with connections to the Russian government who provided WikiLeaks with thousands of hacked emails from the DNC, including Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman. Wow. According to U.S. officials. So Podesta is a serious subject, and why the government wants to turn away Pizzagate is ridiculous. We need to talk about Podesta, the DNC, Hillary, and Donald and Russia. 23 people are watching from a bunker in the White House. Dave, are you gay, bruh? No, I'm not gay. Never was. No, I never touched myself looking at Hillary. You'd have to be pretty hard up to be touching yourself with a 70-year-old woman sitting there. David, shut up, or we will have you taken care of. Oh, really? So that's a death threat, or are you just going to come over and blow my head off? Is that what you're planning on doing? Why don't you just tell me how you're going to do it? You know, give me a heads up. No pun intended. They're going to take your head and remove it, David. You think I care if you're going to try to kill me? Seriously? Hey, 8 years into this and you haven't seen what I've been doing? You're imbeciles. You don't even deserve the role you're playing. You couldn't beat me. Plus, I've opened up the door to all these people questioning the legitimacy of a shadow government. So don't come in here and threaten me, Mr. Secret Service, whatever your person is. Yeah, I hate the kill stuff. It just bothers me. Of course, we're all going to die eventually. I'd rather die a free man than somebody, living in fear of being sent to the FEMA camps. You can imagine yourself sitting there in your pool of diarrhea, worrying that they're going to come by your house like they did the Jews in Dachau, sending them to the concentration camps. Yeah, so that's the world you're going to live. Dude, I have been swatted. You can't swat me. That's a federal offense. You're going to jail, man. They know I'm not a danger to anybody. Well, when you may find yourself sitting in a pool of diarrhea. You may find yourself with a beautiful woman in a beautiful house. And it all collapsing around you with a world catastrophe happening, with a police state forming. I mean, I'm fighting for what I believe in. If I go down fighting for what I believe in, at least I fought for what I believe in. FEMA camps aren't that bad. Talk to the incinerator guy. Yeah, about that. No, I'm not liberal. I'm a conservative person who supports gun rights. Yeah. I just don't support this police state that you have going with Trump. I believe in less police state, more freedom to right to bear arms. I want to clean up the environment. I want to stop agribusiness, like Monsanto and Dow, from killing off your children in the form of GMOs and God knows what else. It's turned them into a bunch of basket cases. You got kids with ADHD acting like this all day long, running around your house. And you can't control them, can you? Yes, my NRA rating is a C, but at least I got a C considering how corrupt the NRA is. I mean, the NRA is to the KKK as the Democratic Party, as BLM is to the Black Panthers. That's right. Yep, so look up my NR rating. I'm proud to have a C on that. Yeah. They hated anybody who wanted to go for verification. The NRA is like a political hate group. They don't even have a real agenda because they're not willing to compromise. Bingo, it looks to me like Trump won't make it to office. The CIA is investigating him. Yeah. All over the news. Everywhere you look now, you're seeing his connection to Russia being exploited. I voted for David Sponheim, a guy I respect a lot, because he has integrity and he believes that he can save the nation. I'm not voting for somebody because they want to pad their pockets like Hillary or Donald. And when I voted for me. David, the person I trust. What are berserker rights? What does that mean? All over the unbiased and factual mainstream media. Oh yeah, right. The mainstream fake news, we should call it. Oh my God, David. Let's take a look at this story. Another humdinger. Daily Mail, again, trying to warp the news. Exclusive, shut up, I hate you, your mother is a beep. Catwoman Jocelyn Wildenstein is caught on video attacking her designer boyfriend with a metal tray in another shocking brawl. Wow. Marks visible on her face. Watch the video. Did they videotape the brawl as it was going on? She batters her toy boy boyfriend with a metal tray and brands his mother a beep during an explosion of rage caught on camera. The feline-featured socialite faces felony assault charges for clawing fashion designer Lloyd Klein across the face and stabbing him with scissors early Wednesday morning. But this exclusive video obtained by Daily Mail reveals this is not the first time the 71-year-old bride of Wildenstein has erupted in anger and lashed out.
Un petit flic, là. Il déteste American. Shut up!
You don't touch me. 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 I didn't touch you, you don't touch me. You stop it.
Is that Catwoman? What happened to the audio? It's gone. It is Catwoman. Wow. That was all...
Me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I didn't touch you, you don't touch me. You stop it.
The audio went blank at that time. It's very possible that the audio was ready to break into a new sequel to the very old and beloved Batman series. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so what is the big deal? She goes after somebody with a pan, and that's like earth shaking. Oh, this was the mom battling... yeah, okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show. Let's pretend like I'm just starting broadcast, because I'm preparing myself for a 24-hour show where I go into the show every few minutes and talk day and night. I'll come in here in my bathrobe and go, I can't believe I'm doing this 24/7. Oh my God. Dave, stop turning on my girlfriend. She's only... oh, come on, dude. Don't even go there. Just because I'm exciting both men and women for some weird reason. I don't understand it. I almost think it's the chemicals just spraying in the air. It's pheromones or something. Changing men into women, women into men, women into even hotter women, and men into even more, heterosexual men. Improving the sound of your voice. Understanding what makes for a healthy voice. How you can protect and improve the sound of your voice. 51 minutes of a radio broadcast on how you can improve your voice. That's exciting. The Diane Reams Show. I'll be darned. Let's listen in to Diane, see what she sounds like.
That both the general public.
If you think of the voice as an instrument, well, one is just in the way we can study the voice in the acoustic measurements, and just in general how technology has expanded for us to examine both the structure of the larynx and then the sound of the voice, but also even understanding the the microstructure of the vocal folds, and even surgery has evolved in terms of the importance of preserving the very, very delicate layers of the vocal fold. As was mentioned, the vocal folds hit each other over 100 times a second. And there's no other body part that gets traumatized like that. Even when we're walking, the soles of our feet, they get calluses on them, even though we're just walking, thud, thud, thud. But for our voice, if you can imagine, they're just these delicate tissues flapping together all day long, and we don't even realize it. And
we're looking at the possibility that maybe Alex Jones could be given a voice instruction course or something so he can sound a little bit better. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm not Bill Hicks. Oh, I've had it. I'm not Bill Hicks. Okay, everyone. Well, hey, research shows it takes 27,000 trees to produce 1 day's worth of world supply of this toilet paper. You know, the good thing, the great thing, actually, is all those dead trees in California are going to make a lot of homes. 1 million trees now. 100 million trees are dead in California now. 102 million trees are dead in California. So think of all that great wood potential. We're already stacked with woods in all of our lumber yards. But think of all the wood we're going to have when the whole earth dies and turns into a barren wasteland. Just think of the good things. Take every bad thing and turn it into something good. All that low-cost lumber. After a cyber attack, Germany fears election disruption. Wow. This is Dave Atkin checking in again. He's going to talk about Pizzagate, NSA head hints at a military coup. And Germany blames Russia for a World War III cyber war. Wow. Things are really heating up. Interesting. You're saying that Alex Jones is a real American. No, he's a real shill. And he's completely owned. He represents the corrupt, evil New World Order structure run by the Venetian royalty. Now, the real question is, who's paying Alex Jones's bills? He makes about $9 million a year. And he can't even afford a voice specialist to correct his incredibly screwed up vocal cords when his entire voice was converted. When they try to cover up the fact that he is Bill Hicks. Oak trees are dying in California. Wow. That sucks. So, if you're going to be on the red list or on the blue list, let's see. We've got people talking about the oak trees dying here in California. We've got people wanting to jail Hillary and deport Obama. And we've got people that are actually going against the Messiah, Donald Trump. The one who pays my bills. If you are indeed Alex Jones. Yeah, he's, the voice, I don't know how it's going to last. I'm the guy against forced vaccinations. I'm the guy against GMO food. Let me play this tune. I'm the guy against fluoride in water. I'm the guy who wants to stop chemies. I don't think that Alex Jones can sue me for slander because he's a public figure. And no one in the world is going to believe that I'm taking away business from Alex Jones and Berkey Water Filter Company. You can't wait till the big earthquake breaks California. What are you, sadistic or something? You actually want people to... Wow.
China. I've been saying China. China.
Why do you look like so many people, even my father, David? Because I am obviously morphing from the holographic image that you are seeing on the picture into your worst nightmare. Son, are you smoking marijuana? You know, my dad, it was the funniest thing. I want to say welcome worldwide audience, too. Welcome, everybody. We've got a worldwide audience watching us tonight, everybody. Yeah. People from China. I remember when I was getting a little bit toasted one day, and I was dealing with a lot of stress. My dad was dying of cancer. I didn't know how long he'd be living. And I loaded up a bowl in the other room and smoked a bowl of marijuana. And I walked into my dad's room, and he just said, "Dave, I know you're high." And I was like, "Yeah." You know? And he said, "You know, it's no big deal." My dad was so cool. He really was. But you got parents out there that if you find your kid is smoking marijuana, you're going to... I've seen people threaten to kill their kids when they find that out. It's just so ridiculous. We need to get our head out of our you-know-what. Yeah, a group is proposing a homeless shelter in Oak Harbor. It's about time. The Whitby News-Times is finally talking about it. It's taken the Democrats about 12 years to talk about building a homeless shelter in our area. This is why I left the Democratic Party. Snow and freezing temperatures this week mean that being homeless on Whitby is more difficult than ever, potentially even dangerous. Unfortunately, there is no shelter from the storm for homeless people in North Whitby. A group of concerned citizens, you know, this is a local topic, but it's good to know that they're finally thinking about this. Yeah, see, look at this guy. He says he would cave his kid's head in with a hammer if he caught them with weed. You know, you're such a sick bastard. You don't deserve kids. How did he know you were high? Well, I was walking in the room with red eyes. I mean, what do you think? I just think it's so sick for parents not to accept their children as who they are. Pot has never killed anybody. In fact, marijuana is absolutely not addictive, physically addictive, and has a record like no other to save, and it's medicinal. I mean, how many people do we have to convince of the safety of this product before you people, like 25 states are legalizing it? Your dad smoked marijuana? Look at the statistics. I'll throw it out there on the screen. Tobacco kills 400,000 people a year in the U.S. Alcohol, 100 grand on average. All legal drugs even kill 20,000 people, like ODing on Vicodin. Even illegal drugs, 15,000. Caffeine, 2,000. Aspirin. People die of aspirin overdoses. Your dad smokes heroin? Wow. And marijuana killed nobody. Not even the guy from that pawn show. Turns out he was Chewy. You remember Chewy? It was a big joke. He didn't die. Chewy or whatever his name is. I'm thinking of Star Wars. Yeah, when you smoke pot, that's less time to buy stuff for the corporate people. You're right. Chum Lee, thank you. I'm thinking of fish. You're addicted to pot? No, it's probably saving your life. No, if you had no pot whatsoever, and you were in the middle of, what's the worst state in the world to be caught with no pot? Oklahoma. Where they take everything in your bank account when they pull you over. Yeah. Okay, Donald Trump is silent on Pizzagate, but those close to him are talking. Good, good. If Trump doesn't make a statement about Pizzagate soon, it's going to imply that he's really trying to cover up Jeffrey Epstein's relationship to him. And that's enough for 10, 15 more electors, 20 more electors to jump ship by 12/19. In 10 days, if 35 electors decide to pay the $1,000 fine per elector to switch to Hillary, Donald can take his bags and leave the transition team. Seriously. I'll take Hillary over this guy. He is jacked up supporting Duterte, the Philippine president, who's killing people recklessly in the Philippines. People selling marijuana die. Not from justice. It's basically a hit person. A woman is sent to the drug dealer to allure him into a sex act, and she pulls a .22 and hits them from behind the head and blows a hole. You know, a .22 is a gun that they kill people with to their head, because the bullet ricochets all around the head and the skull and scrambles their brains, and they die from cerebral bleeding. That's how people get killed from hitmen. That's how these women in the Philippines are killing these drug When I say drug, I mean marijuana sellers. Yeah. And Trump endorses this. He doesn't deserve to be president. He doesn't deserve to be president in this country because, number one, Russia has been caught now by the CIA influencing this election. I just can't believe all this is happening at once. Yeah, this is a link I'll give you back, just passing links back and forth. Secret CIA assessment says Russia was trying to help Trump win the White House. Oh my God, this is a classic breach of the Logan Act. Oh my goodness. Yeah, check it out. So this guy doesn't deserve to be president. You know, I can lead better simply resolving the problem with the rebel troops in Syria than Trump could making a backdoor deal with Russian mobsters to destroy the entire west or east coast of Florida just to build condos. I mean, this is really, really a moot point. I mean, Trump hasn't even said to Vladimir Putin that he's going to pull rebel support out of Syria. He hasn't even said it. No, Russia's not going to love us. Russia's going to be confused. They're going to walk into a trade deal where Donald Trump is holding our support for rebels as a card in a deal that he's making. God knows what that deal will be because it will lead to a ground war in Russia, with Russia, in Syria. If he doesn't start leading and showing his clarity of mind, because I don't think he has any, we're just going to sit here and watch him bumble his way into another verbal match just like Barack Obama had with Vladimir Putin. Oh, one person will say one thing and Trump will react, and all of a sudden, and he'll say, oh, his Russian mobster friends will be pissed. The whole thing will turn into a massive catastrophe for this nation. And if you know the CIA is listening, I want to remind them that it's not too late to get this thing on with Hillary back on board. We only need 35 electors to flip this vote. That's all it's going to take. And they all pay a $1,000 fine. So the cost of a $35,000 derails a liar of a presidential candidate who claims he has $10 billion and only, right now you can go to the Google Wiki and you'll see he only has $3.7 billion. He lied to you folks. And he will not jail Hillary. They might as well have Hillary as president. What difference does it make at this point? What difference at this point does it make? Hang on, let me cough up some green phlegm. You have a clear glass I can cough up green phlegm in? No, I'm not a drug dealer, and I'm not a gay person. Fake news. I got news for you. Pizzagate is real. Don't ever write the word fake news in here unless you want to get purged. I'm purging the word fake news, just like they're purging the word... I don't admit to being a stoner. No way. I have smoked marijuana. Yes, I have smoked it a couple times. Dave, why not wait till Trump is in office, and then when he screws everything up, you can write out... No, because right now it's time to get the electors to jump ship to Hillary. I told you that my agenda is simply to get sanity back in the White House. You got a guy who doesn't even read the Constitution, who's in bed with Russia, and is Kissinger's bitch at the same time. What the hell do you think I'm going to do here? No, I don't. You know, I've never sold marijuana in my life. Okay, bingo. We're going to get to the basics here. Pizzagate evolved. Pizzagate's the top of the mountain. It evolved when the story went viral about the WikiLeaks about Podesta and Hillary. Donald doesn't want to even prosecute Hillary. Doesn't that raise a red flag to some of the people that were trying to nail her with the Clinton reveal on the WikiLeaks? All these things are out there now. Donald doesn't even want to pursue the word Pizzagate. He wants to actually eliminate that from the dialogue. Amazing. So here we go. Donald Trump's silent on Pizzagate, but close supporters are talking. Okay. Well, we'll see. Because it's a tactical error for him to not discuss Pizzagate openly. Because, number one, it's going to start pointing fingers at him. Everybody's going to be saying, are you protecting your friend, Jeffrey Epstein? Seriously? Are you that stupid that you're just going to sit there and defend this guy who's close friends with Bill Clinton, traveling partners? You, Donald Trump, are on his blacklist that the butler found. Nobody expected anybody to get this story out. So now that Pizzagate's becoming popular, more and more people know that Trump is on. He's listed on the blacklist. And I'll show you that picture. I have time. Time is on my side. Yes, it is. Yeah. We can give you that, indeed. So we're going to take a look here at the telltale evidence that links Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, Alan Dershowitz is doing the same thing right now, trying to figure out how to get out from this one. He's got lawsuits pending because his name is on there right next to Trump's and Courtney Love's. Yeah. Epstein. The book. The Black Book of Jeffrey Epstein. There it is. Donald Trump. Look at that. Top of the list. The Holy Grail. And look at all the times that he made phone calls to Jeffrey Epstein. Oh yeah. This is going to get big. And if Donald Trump doesn't start talking about Pizzagate, people are going to start talking about him and his viability as President of the United States with all this crap to deal with. How can he run a nation and save a nation when he is linked somehow to a pedophile named Jeffrey Epstein and the world is watching? Donald. You can come in right now and say that Donald is going to be a great president and he's going to make America great again. You are moron traitors to this nation if you think we're going to let a country as powerful and great as this nation. And I got to hand it to the CIA. I don't think I never thought I'd say this. I mean, I've never seen more efficient and precise journalism in my life. Excellent. Secret CIA assessment says Russia was trying to help Trump win the White House. That is a classic breach of the Logan Act. I don't know. Mitt Romney, I don't know anything about him. I don't do drugs. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. David, I don't have a wig. This is my hair. Yeah. Oh, come on. No way. The CIA is not advancing at this at all. Their assessment is right on. You know, one thing I can say about the CIA, they know what our national security is all about. They really do. I will say that because it's obvious that they're concerned. They wouldn't even be letting me do what I do every day, obviously. Of course, they can't really stop me. Without actually seeing, the truth. I mean, I'm not trying to be xenophobic about Russia. I like Russia. I just don't want to be their close friend like Donald. I don't want to work a deal for environmental destruction in America so that some condos can be built. Personally, I know the CIA needs massive reformation. I'm not going to hem and haw about that. I know that there's some bad people in that agency. But, David, your resistance to Trump is most curious. Do you happen to know that he stole over 10 of my ideas to win this election? You're not even aware that he stole over 10 of my ideas, and he seriously is breaching all levels of trust with people who have seen this and the flip-flopping that he's been doing. I'm not going to cozy up to Russia, and I don't think the CIA has spent all these years building an infrastructure of spies and people working on the backside, clearly in a Cold War, and more recently in a colder war, to have Donald Trump bend over, grease up, and say, "Oh, do me, Russia!" Because that's exactly what they're going to try to do, and they're going to be very upset because Donald Trump is not himself. He's run by his handler, Henry Kissinger. So you moron Trump-tards don't understand that Trump has all kinds of hidden agendas. You can see it in the way he's making his appointments. He turned on his close friend, Rudy Giuliani. I'm not going to pick him for Secretary of State. Whatever. I'm not at all displeased about that. I'm not big on Rudy Giuliani. But it's just interesting to see how all his alliances are fragmenting from his original core loyal team that got him elected. Ring a bell? Remember Hitler and the Night of Long Knives, in which he turned on over 30,000 of the SA members and killed them all? I'm not saying Trump's going to hurt anybody. But if he were to go into the street in New York and commit homicide, his supporters are so loyal, they'll continue to vote for him. That's what he said. I'm not here to be a friend of Trump. I'm not an apologist to the Russians either. You moron Trump tards, listen to your Uncle Dave. Calling me a white man is really an outrageous assault on my personal freedom. I am Caucasian, dude. And if you don't like that, you can just stick it, all right? Yeah. So here's the network. This is the work that we're going to be doing, investigating this network of hundreds of thousands of pedos all connected to the top brass of our government. And this whole Pizzagate thing is just going to continue to roll out because guess what? I'm in control now of the media. I'm actually leading the show. And we're going to keep talking about this. Hillary's not paying me anything. I'm not a big supporter of Hillary. I'm just saying we need somebody better than Trump. She at least has experience in government and actually can buy some time while we're investigating the pedo ring beneath her. Yeah. Look, I am not about to risk national security to let somebody who's already violated the Logan Act, allowed, according to the secret CIA assessment, has allowed Russia to communicate with him during the campaign, trying to help Trump win the White House. Meddling in government affairs is a complete and outright act of espionage. In fact, when Donald Trump said openly that he felt that Russia should hack more of Hillary's emails, he committed espionage, encouraging a violation of national security at the highest level. Trump is, I'm sorry to say, he's extremely dangerous as our nation's president, and if you think this is just going to just disappear, it's moving on to the impeachment level. We're going to be talking about that. But my eyes on Hillary are strictly to get somebody in place while we deal with Trump. It's only to buy some time. We're running out of time. We've got to investigate Orgy Island. We've got to investigate Jeffrey Epstein and his connection to Donald Trump. I'm not here to be the best friend of Vladimir Putin like Donald Trump plans on being. The CIA is only doing their job. And if they don't make it clear that something's not right with this Russian-Trump connection, and I've made it clear to you people, I don't know what we can do. Look at, number one, let me explain something to you. There's no way a president is ever going to, I don't know, I have to go back to that 395. There's no way a president's going to be able to change the CIA other than choose a new director. I am, unfortunately, going to deal with the reality Raider, you're just a big Trump tard. You'd have no clues what I'm talking about. If Hillary goes to jail, you can't run in 20... I sure can. I'm not connected to Hillary in any way. I've never received a fund at all from the Democrats, ever. Trump and Epstein are friends. It's a fact. But the fact that Donald Trump doesn't want to prosecute Hillary, that's what makes me think that you might as well have Hillary there. Seriously. At least she won't be engaged in side deals with Russia. At least we'll at least know at this point that there's some semblance of order in our country. We are entering a dark, dark time when Donald Trump rips the very fabric of social order apart with his mouth. Every time he speaks, people freak. Like when he endorses Duterte, a man who's openly killing people. Well, Raider, I guess I made a mistake. I apologize. You're not a Trump tard. Hey, Jesse, how you doing? I'm giving you an extended show because it's important to talk about all this stuff. You know, if you can prove that she sold uranium to the Russians, great. He's planning on making a side deal and allowing environmental shores to be opened up, protected regions to condo development. He's already made that statement. Do you realize Trump has stolen many of your ideas? That's why we're here at Guest 395. Thank you. We're here because Trump has taken most of the key ideas that he used to win the election came from me. Intellectual property rights in the context of a political race is fluid and dynamic. And I have absolute proof, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that my ideas were presented 8 years ago that Trump has been using in the past year and a half, 2 years. It's absolutely criminal what's happened. And if you look at the criminality in its essence, all I have to do is lay this out. And it was laid out by Transcender. He actually said it very, very succinctly. This is it. Trump has been in the room on a nightly basis. He's in here right now, probably. That's it. You have to focus on basic law. He sold you on the ideas by lying. And that is an actionable as a crime. He lied, they claiming they are his ideas, and I can prove otherwise. This is not just a civil crime. This is a fraud. This is illegal. So, I've never smoked oregano on camera. Well, there was that time when I smoked a doobie when I was... Yeah, it was an impersonation of Barack Obama. Oh, come on. The CIA is trying to rectify their problems. Trump is one of them. Yeah. I believe Hillary is guilty of many crimes. But you just don't understand. I'm trying to pick the lesser of two evils, just like you did in the election. If you don't realize by now that Trump is working indirectly for the Russian government, I don't know how clear I have to make it. I mean, seriously. I'm not going to get rid of the CIA. You know that they're there here to stay. The question is, can we revise their actions using a new presidential campaign to change the direction we're in? Well, I don't think my best ideas were taken by Trump. I've got better ones. Look, the CIA has never been the enemy in my eyes. They're just people that have been completely out of control. Imagine making a mess of something and then covering it up with another mess. And then creating another mess on top of the mess. That's the CIA. I probably wouldn't be a character on MASH. We're not going to be able to stop the CIA in America. You know that as a president, I've said this from the very beginning. Since 2008, I said I'm never going to be able to stop the CIA. They're separately funded. The president has no oversight over their actions. That's the way it is. If you were to try to dismantle the CIA, you would have to initiate Articles of the Confederation prior to the Constitution. You'd have to implement the Army to dismantle the CIA. I don't plan on doing that. I just believe the CIA is just in a pile of their own problems, and all of it can be resolved. All of it. I do believe they are a Nazi organization, yeah. I'm not going to dispute the Nazi underbelly and the shadow government within our country. You got to understand, we're trying to get out of this situation. You're not going to unleash, you're not going to loosen up a lock with more rust, okay? You got to add a little oil and lubricate it and get things rolling. We've got a lockdown situation where our foreign policy has been misguided for the past 30, 40 years. I'm sure these people want to start fresh and do something different. They're in a conundrum right now, I'm sure, just dealing with Trump. They know that this guy is completely out of control and possibly has allegiances to two different entities at the same time. It's not looking good. At least with Barack Obama, they knew that he had more interest in Kissinger, because he was trained at the Kissinger Institute, than he did in his Muslim backing as a child. They had already co-opted Barack Obama's Muslim childhood and turned it into he was a CIA agent by the time he became 21 years old, from our knowledge. In 1981, he went to Pakistan under the name Barry Soetoro, because he couldn't get in under the word Barack Obama as a U.S. citizen. So he went in as an Indonesian citizen. The only way he could have managed that effectively is if he were a CIA. So I believe the CIA has been trying to mold this election, and when they got Donald Trump, they didn't know what to do with him. And just like in the 1930s, when the English government and the Windsor family funded Adolf Hitler, and then they sent Neville Chamberlain over there to resolve some problems because they saw Adolf Hitler acting out. It's the same thing out of the same playbook of the Nazis. They've got a guy like Adolf Hitler. They don't know what to do with him. He's too loosely constructed. He goes against their will. He completely undermines their authority. And that's a major crisis for this country. National security risk happening right now with Russia trying to help Trump win the White House. It's just unbelievable. You Trump-tards want to sit there and go. You are a bunch of traitors to this country. And I'm ashamed to even be in this room with you. You Trump-tards. I just wish you'd all just go back to the hole that you crawled out of. Look, I can't trust the CIA. But all I'm telling you is it's a question of a lesser of two evils at this point. If you put Hillary in there right now, she's going to be more humble than ever. She knows the world is looking at everything she's doing. Screw you, Trump-tards. You think you own this country? You don't own this country. You don't own the people of this country. And you're not going to be able to put some scumbag fascist in this country and take away our freedom. You Trump-tards really think you can bully your way into this country's control? That's why I've got 100 million viewers, because I speak my mind as a true American. Now you go screw yourselves, Trump-tards. Screw yourselves. And get the hell out of my room. Now, I want a very beautiful world. I want a place where people can just kick back and smoke a joint, relax. Trump wants to put Jeff Sessions in as Attorney General. I mean, he's worse than Loretta Lynch. Yeah. He doesn't want you to smoke a doobie. He wants you to live in fear of a police state. He won't even talk about police brutality. Tell me about it. I'm not even married. Dude, Trump is basically a flip-flopper, watered down. He's basically ballless, just like Barack Obama. You didn't see him in the picture? 2 peas in a pod, sitting there, ballless, owned by the masters. I've got a good viewership. I'm going to continue to roll out as we go. I can do whatever I want. This is my show. Nobody controls me. Agency network for gay, lesbian, bisexual officers and allies. CIA is hiring gays and lesbians. Good for them. The people that really control the world, these are the people that pull Trump's little strings. You're looking at 9/11, the Order of the Garter. The richest people in the world. Prince William is a member of the 9/11 Order of the Garter. These people, they could eat Trumps for breakfast. They're that rich. Don't kid yourself. Trump's a wannabe. He's part of the plutocracy. He's not one of the wealthy people that are making decisions in this world. Kissinger is just kind of crossing his fingers thinking he's got control of this guy. Putin wants an inside door to him through business and connections through finances and the family business. These people are concerned. And just like they were when they installed Hitler in Germany, they're a little bit concerned that this guy is a little bit too wild and too much of himself. So if he really does have any balls, he's going to prosecute Hillary. He's not going to prosecute Hillary. If he does have any balls, he is going to prosecute Barack Obama. But he's not going to prosecute Barack Obama. He doesn't want everything to get back to him. You know that the Obamas are actually going to be living in a house 2 doors down from Tony Podesta, the brother of John Podesta, the campaign manager for Hillary Clinton. Dude, you have no clue. You're riding on faith that Trump is going to be your man. What you're not realizing is he's already bought off. Yeah. Here he is, with sitting with Barack Obama like two puppets on a string. Well, they should have prosecuted Bush. They should have prosecuted Clinton. They should have prosecuted Obama. This nation should have had a third party, but we've been censored on the internet for so long. It's unbelievable. Now the worldwide audience is watching, and they're saying David's right. Here they are. 2 puppets on a string. And let's put the man in charge at the top. Yeah, we might as well just draw a picture for you. Some of you Trump-tards really don't understand it. Okie doke. Okie doke. Okie doke. Malfunction. Hold, please. One moment, please. Close the pod bay doors, Hal. I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that. Where's the picture of Kissinger when you need him, you know? Gosh. Just... he's at the bottom, of course. All right, let's get this thing all constructed so you guys can figure out what's going on. Because sometimes you have to draw morons a picture. By the way, you people who don't realize it, but Trump wants to charge the U.S. or the New York City government $1 million a day to keep Melania and his son in the Trump Towers. You can believe this? Okay. This is the person that runs the show. And when Trump met with Kissinger 4 months before he won the election, Kissinger tried to make sure that Trump was a good boy and could do what good boys are supposed to do. Yeah. Well, let's be clear. Barack Obama has been a member of the Kissinger Institute. He was trained there. This is not public knowledge. And the strings are attached. When Obama leaves, they pass the torch to another person they're in control of, because Donald Trump didn't get to the Donald Trump place without making a lot of debt and acquiring a lot of debt. Most of the recent money that Trump made was from the Russians, because he doesn't want to show his tax returns because it would reveal Russian income and the fact he hasn't paid taxes for a long, long time. Second of all, they've got ties for all of the finances. He owes Deutsche Bank, Donald owes Deutsche Bank $250 million, the most corrupt bank in the world. Continental, you're in. Thank you for coming in. I see you're from the Allied Signal Corps. Good for you. Finally made it in, huh? You heard I was reaching over 100 million views a night? Screw you, asshole! I'll be as presidential as I want, you scumbag. God, you know, what really gets me is, we all use these words, but when I use them directed sort of towards a chat member, oh, I'm an unpresidential man, I could never say these things. I had a cold for 3 days. Anyway, you get the picture now, I think. I don't have to, draw you any more pictures. Kissinger is in control of the situation. That's why... No, I don't do decaf. Get the hell out of here. Decaf is like a bad word in my world. All right, so Trump will not jail Hillary. He won't even prosecute her because he's Trump is simply a Kissinger puppet. He won't deport Obama back to his home country. In fact, he says he's born in the U.S. now, meaning he's a Kissinger puppet. Trump now, we find out, has connections to Russia that are very spurious and suspicious. And even the CIA is assessing this situation as a major situation. The CIA assessment is Russia was trying to help Trump win the White House. This is a serious allegation. Well, yeah, I can probably father 4 or 5 children in one fell swoop if I wanted to. But as you can see, being I have such high testosterone levels, I have to resist temptation. That's right. I'm trying to remain celibate, even though it's very difficult being around a beautiful woman. She constantly breaks my celibacy. But I'm a one-woman man. I believe that if you don't pursue monogamy, you're going to just destroy your life. Yeah, many of you are thinking of cheating on your lover. Oh, just be the guy down the street or the woman down the street, no big deal. Don't cheat on your lover. unless you're planning on leaving. Because once you break trust with your lover, you no longer have a lover. You got to distrust her. And that's the worst thing in a relationship. You mean the outburst? Oh, excuse me. I'm not allowed to call people names in my own room. What country are you living in? China? This is a free speech room here. We're dedicated to free speech. You Trump-tards really are out of it, man. Well, I think it's time for me to go be with my woman and play you guys some videos. So let me get that set up for you. Chattanooga fooled you. Uh-oh. That was a fake bus crash, too? Jeez. These stories are just getting weirder and weirder, aren't they? Huh. Okay, iVloggers, let's see what you got. Let's see if there's anything new. You act like he knows you. No one knows you. Not Hillary, not Trump. No one knows you. Ah, boy, are you wrong. Well, yeah. We're going to close down the iVlog chat show. Thanks for watching iVlog. And for all of you watching our regular broadcast, recorded broadcast on YouTube, thanks for coming in and seeing me have my little rant, which I do daily. I found out a trick. That is a phenomenal skill trick that you use when you're broadcasting. I am a real American. If you get ranty at any time, keep it up. Do it. Go with the flow. People love it. I didn't think that people would love it as much as they do, but it has led to me getting more viewers than ever before, and it really shows people that having nice hair is really important too. But when you get your mind out there and speak your heart and let it go, you don't have to hold it in. You know, I'm not harboring any aggression towards you Trump-tards. I got my word out. You know I stand against your belief that Trump is doing the right thing. You know that I think you're a traitor. I don't need to belabor the point. I forgive you Trump-tards for being traitors. Yeah. I don't need money. I pretty much live on next to nothing. You came here to stop and you couldn't stop. That's pretty funny. Well, this is like an ongoing political workshop. As you know, we've got this idea. Trump hasn't stolen it yet, thank goodness. They're building these kinds of things up there in Iceland, just very similar to this. We focused on those on Thursday, on Technology Thursday. Getting rid of the final day of my cold. Hopefully it'll be gone by tomorrow. At this point, I'm going to go with Hillary. Yeah. Trump is proving to be, when he sided with Duterte, that was it for me. I was over. I was like, forget it, man. Anybody who would side with a guy who randomly kills drug dealers in his own country without a trial, I don't even get I don't get any money from the government. No, you're the asshole. That's why I called you an asshole. I told you that. You write that down over and over again, that you're an asshole. Just keep a notepad. And then you'll start to see yourself in a true light. You know, you people that hate drug dealers, you really think it's okay to kill people who sell marijuana in Manila? Yeah, maybe you are an asshole sometimes. But at least I'm willing to admit maybe I'm an asshole sometimes. Yeah. You won't get Trump to do that. You won't get Trump to ever apologize to anybody. He doesn't admit error. He is no different than Barack Obama. It's like Tweedledee and Tweedledum with those two. I'm glad they're having a little bromance there in the White House. Bingo, I'm concerned about drugs that kill people, but people make decisions to do drugs. When does the onus of responsibility land on the person who's doing the drugs? David, Duterte will kill you. I don't think he has the ability to get out of his own country. And his people who are living around the world are probably so freaked out that he's behaving this, that they're probably in agreement with me. Even the people in the gangs, especially in that country, who are saying, how long can this guy survive killing people? You can't possibly live that long killing people. So his life is in danger from his own people. I mean, he's trying to destroy his nation. Now, I don't believe that Trump, who claims he doesn't do drugs, is possibly free of drug use. But I can't verify that. All I can tell you is he spent years in Studio 54 around cocaine everywhere. I can verify that, and I can give you adequate links to validate what I just said. I can't say he's a coke user. I've never seen him use coke, but I can tell you that Trump has engaged in over 103 snorts in one debate. So I'm going to leave you with that tonight. Say goodnight to Dave while you continue listening to the snorter, the guy who just can't stop heavy breathing and snorting, and claiming that he's free of drugs is such a funny thing to say. I don't know if he is. All I can tell you is he has a snorting problem. Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming in. It's been a special. It's been real, but it hasn't been real special.
All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide? How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back?